Uy, kuyugi ko, nganong di man ka. Kuyugin ako, bisan dili ko gwapa. Kahibalo ko, mustorya sa kaagi sa una. Sa mga bayani, nakigira lang para sa guma. Isog mo tasma, andam mo away mamatay. Unsa ko pa, Gugmang Giatay. Kuyogin lagi ko, di man ko mamugos. Kuyogang mukha ko sa kagahapon ni umabot. Kuyogin lagi ko, di man ko mamugos. Kuyogang mukha ko sa kalayo ni tupas. Andam daw ba ng subo para malingkawas kuyog niyo. Magkuyog na ta, pagbalik na diha. Ngano di ay, nganong di man kaganahan. Kupta na to, ang sundang nila pula-po. Leyon kilat, flores sa gargadyo. Isog mo tasma, andam mo away mamatay. Ulipon sa gugma, Gugmang Giatay. Kuyogin lagi ko, di man ko mamupos. Kuyogang mukha ko sa kagahapon ni umabot. Kuyogin lagi ko, di man ko mamupos. Kuyogang mukha ko sa kalayo ni tupas. Andam daw ba ng subo para malingkawas kuyog ninyo. Hindi ko ninyo kuyogan, inyong tikag talawan. Hindi nakakatilaw sa humba o kinila. Kuyogin lagi ko, di man ko mamugos. Kuyog ang mukha ko sa kagahapon ni umabot. Kuyogin lagi ko, di man ko mamugos. Kuyog ang mukha ko sa kalayo ni tupas. Andam daw ba ng subo para malingkawas kuyog nimo. Kuyog nimo. Kuyog nimo.
Paminawa, kaning litanya, kabahining bisda kong paghigugma. Para buyag, kasing-kasing kiat. Para buyag, aplik paniliyon kilat. Pagpanggaog ay paspuso sa larsyan. Muhumok, ibaw, sabaw sa linarang. Humukog ilong, tanalaag tas kulon. At tuon, tadapit nga makasaysayon. Lapit sa dila, ugot siya sa pulong. Dugan mo siguradong makumong-kumong. Ugot pa suot, ugot pa suot. Ugot pa suot.
Bahalag saging basta labing. Bahalag buwan basta tupad. Bahalag toyo basta wili. Bahalag inamos basta langga ko. Bahalag ilaw basta ikaw. Bahalag uri basta permi. Bahalag lanay basta tanday. Bahalag dukot basta lang hugot. Hugot pa suot, hugot magbuot. Hugot pasuot, hugot pasuot. Bisag ipagpad man sa tumang kalimot. Hugot pasuot, hugot pasuot. Sa dalan kulon, kita mag-abot. Bahalag liit, basta sikit. Bahalag mag-uos, basta lang kimot. Bahalag mo loong, basta mo haong. Bahalag di magkaya, basta kita.
Hindi ka biyaan, tuura jud na ako. Mura general maksilong ni ikon mo plano. Para ni mo makipatay ko pareho. Sa Cebuanong katipunero si Alejo. Maglisod ko kaon kung di tadungan. Ang imong istorya murag musika sa dungan. Bisagin sa nga babae, di ka ilisan kaya nga akong guma. Solid pa sa katipunan.
Hugot pasuot, hugot pasuot. Kasing-kasing kapuno sa kahimuon. Hugot pasuot, hugot pasuot. Ikaw akong forever, wala'y magbuot. Hugot pasuot, hugot pasuot. Bisag ipagpad man sa tumang kalimot. Hugot pasuot, hugot pasuot. Sa dalan kulon, kita mag-abot. Sa dalan kulon, kita mag-abot. Sa dalan kulon, bayang sabot.
Congress, the Cebu Heritage Hotel, in partnership with the National Quincentennial Committee, the National Historical Commission of the Philippines, the Cebu Normal University Elite and Drama Society, Art Cebu, Museo Sugbo, the Central Visayas Association of Museums, the Yandi Heritage Center, and so on 2020, present to you this exciting and fun hybrid event celebrating the Buwan ng Wikang Pabansa and the local languages. Ulipon sa Gugmang Giatay, love, art, and everything in between. Daghang salamat for being with us once again. We thank our on-site audience and our online audience for being with us this early morning on a Saturday because, of course, we have this event in the morning, even if usually we have the event in the afternoon because we have panelists in the United States and it is nighttime now, right now in the US. So if we have it in the afternoon, like 3 p.m., it would be 3 a.m. So we have different time zones. So we are on long distance and hybrid event. We have a long distance event. So thank you for being with us. Thank you to the online audience and the on-site audience. So we have, I would like to introduce to you first. So by the way, we have our audience was already giving their applause for the intro. So our countdown videos, the first video is the song 𝗂𝗃𝗃𝗃. The lyricist of that is Agrippina, and that's me. And then it has now more than 1 million views at YouTube. And then the second video, which is uploaded, well uploaded by our few on-site audience, was written. The words were written. The lyricist of that is our co-host this morning. So of course that song, Hugot Pasuot, won the grand prize of the 30 the Cebu Pop Music Festival Huni sa Kasing-Kasing. So and that was in 2019. So in 2019, Cebu Pop Music Festival, that song won the grand prize. And our co-host this morning is a multi-awarded poet. So taas kayo yung bio. So he is currently he is a visual journalist. He is currently in Ohio University. He was a recipient of the President's Award for the Society for News Design. He won more than 100 awards for being a visual journalist, and this is international awards for his being a visual journalist. And he was awarded the Vicente Ranudo Literary Excellence Award in 2019. He won the Writer's Prize for the National Commission for Culture and the Arts in 2017. And he is a finalist. His book, Panhinungod sa Dihing Tungdan, To Whom It May Not Concern, it was a finalist in the 2019 International Book Awards. And he is an author of four pa ba? Four, no, five, five poetry collections, the latest of which is, we launched it last year, Ang Nakayatak Kay Nayatakan. It's a tongue twister. Ang Nakayatak Kay Nakayatan. And then, so please help me welcome. We're so proud and honored to have with us this afternoon as our co-host, the multi-awarded Visaya poet and writer and visual journalist, Adonis Durado.
May buntag Chris dili may hapon ingon ka may hapon.
Agripina.
Oh,
So I'm
Agripina.
Agripina. So maing buntag Adonis.
May buntag
So
diha.
Adonis,
May gabi diri.
your fans are here, and then they said, so I have told you before we started that they are so excited to see you this morning. Can we show our audience? Only a few. So later na lang kay wala mo ready ang camera. I-ready sa lato ang camera so that we would show them. So they would also actually Jessa, the one who likes your point, balaki kuday, samtang gasakay taghabal-habal. Ang sagit na English ito? Recite to me a poem, babe. A poem, babe. A poem, babe, while we're on this fucking ride. So you should read that poem in this book, the first collection of Adonis, Dili Tanang Matagak Mahagbong. Mahagbong. Not all that. Saan ni si Dons? How do you translate into English? Not all that drops falls. Not all that drops falls. Dili tanang matagak mahagbong. Asan pa dong kung mahag kung when it drops, where does it go if it does not fall?
Suspended. Suspended in the
suspended in the air. Ingon si the one who made my patanaw earrings, the pre-colonial earrings, said that the answer ko no, if it does not fall, sapnayo na siya, gisapnay na. Ang kung dili kuno mahagbong, gisapnay na siya. So it is carried in your arms if it doesn't fall. So usa sakto pala pagka-translate ang sapnay. You carry it in your arms if it doesn't fall. What drops? Nahagbong di ay, kung mahagbong ang bituon, sapnayon na lang nimo para di kung mo matagak ang bituon, dili sa luon kuno nimo you saan sa luon? You catch it and then you carry it when the star falls para di mahagbong. So mga balaknon ni atong mga audience dire. So sila'y motiwas sa akong storya. So we are celebrating this month. So we have this event because we are celebrating this month the Buwan ng Wikang Pambansa, and also that also celebrates the local languages. So we also celebrate this month the History Month. So this is the we would like to read the theme for this month. So of the Buwan ng Wikang Pambansa, we will show that again. So the theme for the Buwan ng Wikang Pambansa, Filipino at mga katutubong wika, kasangkapan sa pagtuklas at paglikha. An instrument for so actually we are speaking English because we have audiences from abroad who does not understand Tagalog. So they also want to learn about the Cebuano language and the Filipino language. So now we are also celebrating this month the History Month. So the History Month was launched earlier this month with the logo of the History Month. So do we have it? Yes. So we are also preparing Adonis for the celebration of the it will be the 125th year of the victory of the Philippine Revolution, or we are celebrating the 125th year of the national freedom from Spanish colonial rule next year. So it was launched earlier this month in Cebu at Fort San Pedro. So we are also celebrating the National Heroes Day on August 29, 2022. So we would like to recognize and thank our partners in our event this today. So we have the National Historical partnering with us, are the National Historical Commission of the Philippines, the National Quincentennial Committee, the Cebu Normal University Elite and Drama Society, Art Cebu, Museo Sugbo, the Central Visayas Association of Museums, the Yandi Heritage Center, and so on 2020. So Adonis, would you like to recognize our online participants who registered? Yes, we have participants who registered online, and they said that they come from these institutions. Nakita niyo sa imong script notes?
Wala ko kita diri sa akong script.
Number 4, nasa sa right side. So we have the schools division. Thank you very much to the schools division of Taguig City and Pateros, the Visaya State University, UC Main Campus. For those who are with these institutions and schools, from the Xavier University Senior High School, I'm not sure which Xavier University is this, if this is from Ateneo de Cagayan. We have from St. Cecilia's College, Cebu. We have from the University of the Philippines, Cebu, Cebu Technological University, Tuburan Campus, Cebu Normal University, Veles College, CIT, Silliman University, University of San Carlos, Pulat National High School, Cebu Provincial Government, Philippine Academy of Family Physicians. So we also have doctors joining us. Would you like to continue, Adonis?
Asa gani ka?
Nana ko sa Philippine Academy of Family Physicians.
Philippine Academy of wa nang ko kita diri sa kuan.
University Negros Occidental.
University of Science and Technology of Southern Philippines, Ayala National High School, Women in Literary Arts Cebu, Frontliner Lecturer Academe and Guides Guild Incorporated, Psychological Association of the Philippines, and Zamboanga National High School.
Yes, and thank you, Adonis. So we also have more participants online. So we have from the National Quincentennial Committee page, we have Jonard Nimenyo. Thank you for watching. And we have our historian from the University of the Philippines, 𝗃𝗄𝗃 Hisquiaho. Thank you for joining, and we hope to see you in Cebu. And we have Ian Stephen Ma, who has been joining us in most of our events. I think Ian is from Zamboanga. And we have, of course, the best half of Adonis, the Risita, Neneng. We have Jacob, George, Blush, our always here during our our online events. 𝗏𝗏𝘆, the supervisor of the DepEd Taguig and Pateros. We have Jose Binarao, thank you. We have T. Solon, Grezel Balbutin, Abigail Binasoy from Taguig City and Pateros, Daniel Nino Paklihan of and Ferdy says the UNESCO NCR, UNESCO 𝗶𝗆𝗄𝗃, I don't know how to pronounce this, is attending. Thank you for joining us. Ferdinand Ascaraga, who is also here on site, Carl Mantua from the Ormoc Culture and Arts Council, maayong buntag. 𝗃𝗄𝗄 𝗵𝗂𝘂, good morning from La Liga Reenactors. Thank you, La Liga Cebu Reenactors, for joining. Ellen from the Flag Tour Guides of Cebu. Donna Ferilino from SDO Tapat from Taguig City and Pateros. Minerva 𝗴𝗶𝗁𝗄 from Taguig City and Pateros. We also have from Taguig Integrated School, Christoph PJ Feliza. Daghang salamat for joining us. And those on site, I don't know yet from which organization they are. So it's here they are. So we have from the University of the Philippines Open University, Kevin, and from Cebu Normal University, we have Anne, La Liga Cebu Reenactors, and Youth for Better Talisay, Jessa, and she. Saan ni pag-pronounce? She or she? 𝗏𝗃𝗃𝗃𝗃𝗃𝗃𝗃𝗃𝗃𝗃𝗃𝗃𝗃𝗃𝗃𝗃𝗃𝗃𝗃𝗃𝗃𝗃𝗃𝗃𝗃𝗃𝗃𝗃𝗃𝗃𝗃𝗃𝗃𝗃𝗃𝗃𝗃𝗃𝗃𝗃𝗃𝗃𝗃𝗃𝗃𝗃𝗃𝗃𝗃𝗃𝗃𝗃𝗃𝗃𝗃𝗃𝗃𝗃𝗃𝗃𝗃𝗃𝗃𝗃𝗃𝗃𝗃𝗃𝗃𝗃𝗃𝗃𝗃𝗃𝗃𝗃𝗃𝗃𝗃𝗃𝗃𝗃𝗃𝗃𝗃𝗃𝗃𝗃𝗃𝗃𝗃𝗃𝗃𝗃 early kay traffic. So thank you for being with us on site. We have this event to celebrate the local languages. We celebrate the Binisaya language with this exciting event talking about love, crazy love, mga ulipon sa Gugmang Giatay nga mga magbabalak, ug kitang tanan nga ulipon sa Gugmang Giatay. We wouldn't be here without the Gugmang Giatay, atay ning gugma. and then so and then we talk about love of country, poems that expresses love of country, and poems that expresses love of sex. Is
Tanang
that
klase
true?
sa gugma.
Sige, Adonis, what else do we tackle today?
Murag tanang klase sa gugma ug ang proseso sa pagsuwat sa balak tingali. Kasagaran sa atong mga kanang dinapit karon kay mga magbabalak man. So atong pangutanon niya sila unya kung unsa ilahang proseso sa pagsuwat.
So how do our poets what is the process in their writing of poetry? How in love they are, or how emotional they were when they wrote the poems, or what is it affected by that, or are they inspired by these emotions of being ulipon, of being slaves of Gugmang Giatay? So when I actually I don't know how you if there's a translation for Gugmang Giatay, I had a hard time translating that. So when I wrote that song, the lyrics of Kuyugi ko that says kanang kuyugi kong kuyugi ko kaybaw ko mo istorya sa kaagi sa una sa mga bayaning nakigera lang para sa gugma, isog mo dasmag sa to ulipon sa gugma, Gugmang Giatay. I didn't know how to translate Gugmang Giatay. I just said slave of love, of crazy love. Crazy ba pag Giatay? So when atay, what is atay don? Atay is an illness. Is it as
Kind of illness man siguro na siya.
illness of a sa
Karon
chicken?
murag naa akong hibawan sa manok na siya nga sakit, di ba? Nga giatay ang manok murag sa murag dili gani na sa tao. I think murag naa sa kuan manok.
So I actually Dons, I was so surprised when I went to Sulu. There was this song, they sang a Tausug song, and their atay is actually heart. So it concerns emotions. The atay in Tausug, when you say when they say heart, or there were debates about that with the Tausug. When they express with their atay, with their heart. At the atay is more concerned with emotions for the Tausug. So
Actually na essay si Rizal ana about sa iyang collection nga kuan kanang House of Memory nga ang kuan sa mga Cebuano, ang atay is very important as a metaphor. In fact kanang murag sa tuam kung mahigugma ta more on sa atay kung dili gani sa kasing-kasing na siya tanawa ang essay ana niya murag naay kuan ay kanang lami kay nga essay si Rizal Mohares ana.
Yes. So and then they say that when you get depressed, there are actually I read some health sites that says that when you get depressed, when you have emotional problems, your liver is affected.
Mhm.
Maatay gud imong atay. Atayon imong atay when you get emotional problems. You get heartbroken. Madaot
Wow.
imong atay, maatay gud ka. Giatay gud ni gugma. So kisay naay sakit sa atay dire. Who has sakit sa atay? Wala? Walay sakit sa atay. Eh, kusog mo inom. Munang- Fatty liver kulo sila. So, so, so we have Kizia from the CNU Elite Society. Thank you for joining. Lorilyn from Taguig City and Pateros. Tricia Kudisar says, good morning, Sir Adonis. And Jack Apinales says, from the National Quincentennial Committee page, he says, good morning sa lahat. So, so our highlights for this morning's event is we will have an interesting, very exciting, stimulating, arousing discussion with our poet panelists. With of course, Adonis is the co-host, but he would also be giving us his insights, his experiences about poetry writing, about his poems nga multi-awarded and mga giatay nga poems. And then we also have discussions from couple poets, poets who were in love and who poets who are in love, and poets
Mhm.
who got heartbroken, and
Mhm.
poets who are in love with the country and suffered because of this love of country, and
Mhm.
wrote many poems because of that suffering. And then,
Mhm.
so he will also have this month, last month, we celebrated the birthday of our hero, General Leon Kila, and we are awarding this today, this morning, the winners, the young, very talented students who joined our hybrid speech contest with the theme, "How can today's leaders be abdik paskilat like Leon Kila?" So did you hear? If you listen to that song written by Adonis, actually we got our we are inspired by that song. There is a line there that says, unsa to nga line doon katong kasing-kasing kiat abtik pa ni Leon Kilat.
Mhm.
Kasing-kasing kiat abtik pa ni Leon Kilat. So that song was actually the Adonis wrote that song first. So how do you translate that? Wala na yung kasi i-translate mo na nimo Dons, kasi flip out the heart which is asa to? Flippant? Asa ta kalimot ko Dons. Kanang the heart which is kiat. Unsa man ang kiat? English. Hyperactive kuno, hyperactive heart. Quicker quicker than Leon Kila. So when we have our play, when we have our play, so after that song, and then we had our play, uh, celebrating our hero Leon Kilat. We were thinking of a title, and
Mhm.
because I remembered that line of that song, the award-winning song of Adonis, actually that song was actually dedicated for Pamgrass because I asked Adonis, my our video consultant doesn't want my lyrics. He wants demonyo lyrics and he only wants you. So you need to write the song. I can't write demonyo lyrics. So I can only write cute lyrics like Kuyugi ko. So so it was Adonis who wrote that song, and so it mentions. I told Adonis I need a song that when you hear that song, you would be able to you will able to feel Cebuano love when you hear that song, and then you would also able to celebrate Cebu history and culture when you hear that song. So I was so
Mhm.
scandalized the first time I heard it. Hugot pa suot, tighter than tighter than thought. I was so scandalized the first time. But then, of course, that song won the
Mhm.
the grand prize of the Cebu Pop Music Festival. So supposedly, Adonis was telling me this song is for Pamgrass. So this symbolizes Pamgrass. Hugot pa suot.
Mhm.
Then, of course, when you hear it, you would feel Vista Club, Cebuano love. So
Hmm.
that's why we have when we made the title of the song of our play dedicated for Leon Kilat, we decided that it would be the title would be 𝗵𝗃𝗃𝗃. So that's from Adonis line, kasing-kasing kiat, abtik pa ni Leon Kilat. So that's why our album also of songs of war, love, and history with our about 9 or 10 songs about Cebu history. One of the songs is by Adonis. Some of the songs were translated by Adonis into English, or he helped me translate into English. Most of the songs were written by me. Gimonopolize na ako, no? And then, so that song is that the album title is also Abdik Paskilat. So Adonis always said, Abdik Paskilat describes love. Abdik
Mhm.
Paskilat. Love your heart is Abdik Paskilat. So anyway, so now I know you're already excited. Daghan na kay pasakalye, no? Daghang kay storya. So we would also have trivia quests with exciting prizes. So for those on site, there would be questions for you, only for you because you are here. So and you would win exciting prizes, an exciting prize, and also for online audience and for everyone. So we have 3 questions at the last part. So Don, please introduce our panelists. Sa daghan na kay tag-intro ani.
Mao gyud. Ang una day nato nga our first panelist, he is a retired professor of Ateneo de Davao University, presently a member of 𝗏𝗏𝗏𝗏𝗏𝗏, an aggregation of artists based in Davao City, a multi-awarded poet, writer, translator, theater, and currently controversial ni siya kay usa ni siya sa writer nga giban karon sa KWF tungod sa iyang libro. Nya usa day ni siya sa ako ang usas pinakapaborito nako nga poet ba nga kung kamo nagtamod mo sa kanang Sugbuanon nga balak or Cebuano literature, usa gini siya nga angay natong basahon. Let us welcome Mr. Don Pagosara.
Thank you, Don. Sangay dito, Don. Ugangga.
Maayong buntag, New Don.
May buntag kanimo diha agree. Don, so sa tanan nga naminaw karon.
Daghang salamat, Don. Daghang salamat, Adonis, for introducing. He is also a Palangka awardee. And the Don Pagosara is actually I first heard about him when I talked with the popular judge in Cebu, Judge Menrado Paredes. Who is also he is the go-to person of the Cebu media when it comes to human rights. And then so Judge Menmen Paredes told me about Don Pagosara, who was a student writer in the 1970s at the University of San Jose Recoletos. So, so our next panelist is also a multi-awarded poet. So I knew him in college. He was from the University of Cebu at that time. UC was still Cebu. Was it
CCC.
already UC Dons? It's not
CCC.
yet. It was
No,
still
CCC.
CCC at that time. He was the writer of the student publication Lacandiwa, and then they were known to be his friends in Lacandiwa are known to be the one of the best aside from Adonis, one of the best literary uh, poets, literary writers at that time during college, and he is he has published books like Sanga sa Angkla Hangin sa Samin, which is published by the National Commission for Culture and the Arts. He is the administrator of the online literary lighthouse Kabisdak for Cebuano poets all over the world. He was awarded by Union ng Manunulat ng Pilipinas, UMPIL, in 2021 as a Gawad Pambansang Alagad ni Balagtas for Lifetime Achievement in Cebuano Poetry. He is a runner-up of the Poets and Writers Magazine 2011 Maureen Egan Writers Exchange Award in the US. She is a Hall of Fame recipient of the 𝗵𝗏𝗃, the country's oldest Cebuano literary group. And by the way, we would like to greet 𝗵𝗏𝗃 for its how many years ng anniversary, Adonis, of 𝗵𝗏𝗃 that celebrated 𝗵𝗏𝗃 celebrated its how when it's anniversary yesterday. So and then also he finished he is a poet, but he finished Masters of Criminal Justice in 2016. And before that, before he went to the United States, he was also a columnist of of Sunstar Daily, and he is a graduate of sociology at the Washburn University in Kansas, and he has been based in the United States since 2007. Please help me welcome journalist and editor and multi-awarded poet Mike Obinieta.
May gabiin yung tanan diha na si Arlene.
And we would also like to introduce to you the Michael Obinieta's best half, Arlene Obinieta. So dahil salamat. Oh, tangtang naman. Sige na lang. So, again, Mike, greet your audience here.
May gabiin yung tanan og hinaot nga malingaw ta aning atong sundayag karon og makapahinuklog sa ganun gipang-atay tanan sa gugma.
Atayan ning gugma.
Daghang salamat, Mike and Arlene. So, Dons, please introduce our next panelist.
Okay, our next panelist is a registered psychometrician and a Master of Education Social Studies graduate of University of the Philippines, Cebu. She is a lecturer and HR staff in UP Cebu. She is one of the founding members of Hablon and has served as the Vice President of 𝗵𝗏𝗃 Sugbo. She has also been awarded as the labing masaarong bagong magsusulat sa tuig 2018 in Manila Bulletin's Visaya magazine. Let us welcome 𝗃 Hello, Jay.
Mayong buntag. Mayong buntag sa tanan.
The next.
Okay. Okay.
Sige daw.
Og ang atong ikaduha nga kuan nga kanang nga panelists mao usa siya ka fellow of the 57th UP National Writers Workshop. His works have been appeared in Mindanao Harvest 4, Visaya Magazine, The Best of Dagmay 2, Kinaadman Journal, and Lac Raven Review. He is also published in poetry collection. He has also published poetry collection called 𝗏𝗏𝗏𝗏𝗏𝗏𝗏𝗏𝗏𝗏𝗏𝗏𝗏𝗏𝗏𝗏𝗏𝗏𝗏𝗏𝗏𝗏𝗏𝗏𝗏𝗏𝗏𝗏𝗏𝗏𝗏𝗏𝗏𝗏𝗏𝗏𝗏𝗏𝗏𝗏𝗏𝗏𝗏𝗏𝗏𝗏𝗏𝗏𝗏𝗏𝗏𝗏𝗏𝗏𝗏𝗏𝗏𝗏𝗏𝗏𝗏𝗏𝗏𝗏𝗏𝗏𝗏𝗏𝗏𝗏𝗏𝗏𝗏𝗏𝗏𝗏𝗏𝗏𝗏𝗏𝗏𝗏𝗏𝗏𝗏𝗏𝗏𝗏𝗏𝗏𝗏𝗏𝗏𝗏𝗏 Basa, basa.
Basa, basa.
Bisag asa siguro ana no, pwede ra.
Basta
Okay.
kay mabasa ka, inigbasa nimo.
He has completed his MA in Literature at the Xavier University and will be working as a faculty of CCAD, University of the Philippines, Cebu. Please let us welcome 𝗏𝗏𝗏.
So, the Ton and Jay.
Ay, may buntag.
May buntag.
So,
Ang
sila,
buntag
they
kaninya.
are our couple poets. So, katong si Mike and Arlene are the married couple poets. And these are the boyfriend-girlfriend couple poets. The millennials in our panelists. Our previous panelists are the Gen X panelists. And of course, Don Pagosara is, ano sa man to si Don? Baby boomer? Or earlier than baby boomer. So Ton and Jay were so excited to have you with us. And then we prepared actually a love seat for them. So supposedly, but because of may hadlang ang umaga kung sa it's a long distance relationship. So dyan ay umaga, dito ay gabi. So Ton is still in Cagayan de Oro and Jay is in Cebu. But they will together they will be together soon. They are together on split screen.
Kisa may
right
mobalhin
now.
nila. Kisa may
Ha?
mobalhin padung Cagayan or padung og Cebu.
Padong Cebu.
Padong
You
Cebu.
have to introduce him. So Ton is forced to bitaw. Ton is to come to Cebu. So Jay is now teaching in the University of the Philippines, Cebu. And because Gugma is Giatay, because of Crazy Love, while Ton is now teaching in Ateneo de Cagayan in Xavier University, he's processing his papers because he is on his way to Cebu to teach with Jay at the University of the Philippines, Cebu. See how
Wow.
powerful love is. It can move mountains and it can move Ton to campus. You have to cross the seas and fly so that to be with the one you love. Gugmang Giatay. So thank you, Ton and Jay, for being with us this morning. So now we would like you to know that we are so excited that with us this morning, because of Don, our panelist Don Pagusara, who is um, a Cebuano writer but is based now in Davao, and he has a friend here. We are proud to have with us on site. Uh, uh, a judge who is a human rights advocate, a go-to person of the Cebu media when they want to ask about human rights, you always need to ask Judge Menrado Paredes. So may we show Judge Paredes? And now may we have may we show Judge Paredes, please? So, and then may we have walay video. Walay video. May we have Don Pagusara, please? So are we ready with the camera? And then the tag for that is Ulipon sa Gugmang Giatay. So may we have Don Pagusara? Sige. Don, please start the conversations with your Don.
Okay, Nyor, nakoy kanang first question and I think ani kanang interesado gid mahibaw ba. When did you start writing poetry or writing in general very seriously?
Very seriously. I think it was during my activist days. Oh no, before I was an activist, I was a student of law at the Colonial San Jose Recoletos, yung university na ngayon. Kana si Minmin, mga classmate mi ana sa College of Law, first year and second year na. But when I was the editor of the school paper then. So I think that was the start, the serious, what do you call this, start of my writing career. Pero before that, even when I was still in the grade schools, I was a fan of reading Visaya magazine. So that was the reason why I have a more or less good grounding on the Visayan language, Visaya, or the Cebuano language, because of my being an avid fan of Visaya. So when I was 12 years old, I started writing a short story. Pero wala madawat sa Visaya.
When you were 12.
Pero at about that time also, especially when I was working in high school, first year, second year, high school, murag doon na ko kiat nga mga pagbati ba? Bisa-bisa mga opposite sex. So, nagsulat-sulat ko mga binuang, binunggoy lang mga poem nga murag binanyaga manita may yung I love you tudo malakas pa sa auto ngayon mga
I love you tudo I love you tudo
Why break
sa auto.
So ang kuan din ang ikaw nagsuwat kag sugod kag suwat unsa man bala or short story gyud?
Kuan love letters.
Love letters.
Mga amigo nako sa katong high school na ko, mga first year high school, na manguyab sila, magpahimo na ko og love letter, pero binisaya ha.
So
Kanya,
don't,
ako po mismo, na ko panguyaban to. Pero binisaya. Binisaya akong paggamit. Pero ang akong serious yun nga na pagsulat katong diha nako sa college sa nahimo na kong editor. Kay doon naman po ko'y column dito sa magazine nga Adelantado, mo na ang school paper sa school publication sa San Jose Recoletos, or Forward sa in English. Yan na doon nag-run ko column dito katong Prints and Traces niya. Dito na ay ako mga philosophical essays na ako yung mga sakunsalan. Love essays mga and then when I was in the movement already of National Democratic Movement so-called, itong na-aktivista na ko, pagka dito na ko nagsugod og sulat og serious nga para sa mga patriotic poems, patriotic essays na o katong mga kanta nga gamit sa mga rally-rally na no? Kay sige naman may rally ato din Cebu kana si Minmin ko ba na.
So you're done. So you wrote seriously with, it started with love letters and later with your love of country. So we wish you already Judge Menmen so that he can actually, he just came here because he wants to see you. Maybe show Judge Menmen.
Na gustong isulti si Minmin?
Asa si Judge? Oh.
Ano raw?
Oh, so kanang Judge Menmen, would you like to say anything to Don? Ay sa i-on sa mic.
Don.
Oh.
Welcome ka.
Kumusta ba eh?
Okay ra. Still fighting.
Wow.
But not tired.
Siyempre.
Bago ko na members, bantayog ng mga bayani. I took my oath before former Senator Danyada. And you are welcome. I endorse your name to represent Bantayog in Mindanao.
Daghang salamat,
Salamat.
Judge Menmen. Daghang salamat, Don. So our next question. So we have also, thank you, Don, for telling us about how you started writing seriously. So it started with love letters and later with when he was writing for publications with the student publication in the University of San Jose Recoletos. So now we would like to ask our millennial panelists. We have Jay Anton. May we show Jay Anton, please? So we have Jay and Anton. So ano si Adonis? Si Jay. Jay. Sige. So we would like to ask Jay and Anton regarding when did you start writing seriously?
Ako
Ladies
na.
first.
Ladies first. Ladies first.
Ladies choice. Oh, writing seriously, makaingon ko na nagsugod jud ko writing seriously when I realized that writing is like a form of meditation. It's like kanang very therapeutic, and it doesn't necessarily mean that the first time you write kay nindot na diretso. It's a process. Like it's a series of meaning making. So mo na sometimes sa imong first draft naghubog pa kayo ka. But it doesn't necessarily mean na hubog jud ka while you're writing. But what I'm trying to say is I started writing seriously because I felt na it helps me grow, it helps me understand the world around me. It doesn't necessarily have to be love for another person. It can be just about the mundane things or ingon ana kanang the things you see, the images na imong makitaan, or some words that you find interesting. So moto that was in 2016 siguro. I was medyo dili ko confident sa una kay makakita ko in English man, but until such time nga naka-realize ko nga pwede ra man jud ay Bisaya. So nakita ko kabasa kog Bisaya magazine, although medyo late na siya nakasabot ko nga bitaw naara man din ni siya murag distant kay ko ba, although I've seen kanang kita ko og Bisaya magazine sa katong mananahi nga mong silingan. So o kabaw nga kanang there exists a publication pud na kanang ang murag a publishing kuan nga na pwede magbisaya, and then nakatong na-meet nako si Sir Adonis kana na siya nga testing daw submit sa Bisaya magazine. Murag bitaw no naman di ay, and then there's Super Balita as well. So mo to na ko nga that was the time na murag when I also start kanang although nagsige na ko suwat before kanang journals kay murag mas kana ma-comfortable ko ba pag-express akong kaugalingon. So mo to siya.
Okay, thank you, Jay. So when you wrote first, it was in Visaya. So how old were you when you started writing in Visaya?
So 2015 mga 20.
19 years old.
Oh,
So
at
sa to
20.
poem or short story?
Balak gyud. Murag
Asa?
nagsugod ako sa word nga damgo man to akong gikuan, pero murag kanang kabalo gani ka nga daghan na nasuwat about it, pero niisuwat lang gyapon nimo. Yan na nga isuwat lang gyapon nako mo.
So your first poem is about sa Damgo, the dream. So naana si dream, the dream, Ton Dapusala. So Ton, when did you start writing seriously?
Kuan, siguro nagsugod sa kuan mga third year college, paghuman sa akong first experience sa writing workshop sa university lang to sa kuan sa first Xavier Writers Workshop. Pero kato nga workshop akong gipasa ato kay short story in English niya na unya na nang curiosity daan sa kuan sa kuan sa poetry in general. Daw kay usa sa mga recurring feedback sa panelists adto kuan why not try writing in Binisaya kay kuan sa ma-sense mabantayan nila nga aside sa kaning sa code switching kaning na grabe kung mogamit mga kuan mga mga pasumbingay nga mo kuan gid mustik sa ilang una-una sama sa kuan murag ikuan ngay now murag giligsan og pison something like that nga kuan bitaw something mga kuan dayon gi-introduce din ko sa kuan dayon sa mga balak ni Adonis Durado, ni Mike, ni Coral Merino, no? Unya ang naka-joker pa gyud adto kay ni gitrain ko nga mustoryag in English sa bata pa. So English pa ko sa gikan sa pagkakuan sa nursery adto sa grade school, pero pag high school peer pressure dala sungog-sungog, so na cut-on kog Binisaya hangtod nga pag abot na dahil after sa workshop kay gusto ko makasuot og kuan ba kaning mapatik sa bitaw sa kuan sa mantalaan. Kuan literally nagtun-an nako ang linguistic aspect sa Binisaya. Unya samot din akong kuan din ang learning nako nga pag-abot nako sa Cebu, naminaw ko sa mga kalainan sa mga mga lahi-lahing matang sa Binisaya sa kuan sa kada region. Ang tod nga kuan. So but basically ni kuan gud ni sugod gud sa third year college. It was a kuan, murag serendipity ang pagkuan nako adto.
Serendipity. So
Yeah.
thank you, Ton. So he started he grew up speaking in English, and it was later that he tried to learn how to speak and write in Visaya, and he learned the Visaya languages in the different regions. So third year college na ka nagsalat, Ton. So
di man ko entirely alien sa Binisaya sad kay akong mga igsoon mga bugoy nga kuan pud ba. So kana
So where was it published? Asa na publish? Ang imong gisalat?
Ang libro or ang mga kuan siguro ang una kay Kabisdak dayon sa Bisaya Magazine antod sa atong 2018 na dining kuan kani nga libro ha.
And then you wrote your book. So thank you, Jay and Ton. So next we go to our next Gen X couple, our Gen X poet couple, Adonis.
Ako yung mga tana ani nila ni
Ah.
ni Mike og ni Arlene. Asa man si lang Mike og Arlene, pwede na to isod.
Si Mike.
Right. Kani kay kuan siguro ako ning usbon ang pangutana tingala dili siguro seriously kun dili kuan siguro kanang passionately ba angay ba ni ngani pangutana. Ano sa man ka ug ang first siguro nga writing ni mo Mike dili siguro love letter ni Arlene no. So pangutana
Dili,
dili. Unsa
love
may
letter gyud pero dili ka kang lead kay nasugod ba ko ng love letter sa high school pa man.
High school ka ha? Elementary tingnan
So nasugod ang suwat-suwat gyud kana gyud sugod og kanang sa high school kaya man to yung mga di ba kanang atong publication. Kita ikaw member ba sa Lapu-Lapu sa Abiliana National School nga high school publication. So yeah, naman to yung mga di ba mga competitions nya. Yeah, kita ganahan po tamo kuan apil-apil kay magadto kag laing lugar nya ug mudaog ka labi po kayo. So second year high school ko sugod ako suwat-suwat gyud og kanang murag with the mindset nga uy naay mo judge sa imong sinulat. So kinahanglan po ka mabasa kay para makat-on kag suwat, but it was not really like into poetry and something literary. So it was more journalistic essays. So and then ang kanang love letter musod pud siya kay didiha naman ka mga kuan nga usahay mas dali naman day mas lami ang isuwat kag mauwaw ka mo so imo lang isuwat. So and then nandaman say mga positive results. So it was worth it. So imong feeling nga uy makauyab panday kag ganang true love letters lang. So as early as high school murag aware na ko kanay audience. So and then you have to make that audience feel the sincerity of what you're writing. So at that point the realization na usay ang imo ring gisuwat di ay naay kuan significance sa reader. So gasugod og kanang communication with one person kanang imong ipanguyaban. So ultimately ni grow ana. So the more you read po down to naabot na kas punto nga mabasa na po kag poetry, basa na po kag literature. So naay progression. So and then seriously na gyud nga murag danay awareness of literature nga kanang with the craft and everything. So kasugod siya sa of course sa college publication niya na aware ko nga naay ang suga sa Cebu Normal. Diha man ko yung mga editor sa una nga kauban nga like si Lando Rosel nga who's writing na-publish siya sa Visaya ayang novel. So mura bag nanay ka ng larger audience na mura bag constant pod nya diha pod dako the reacquaint ang Visaya magazine kay sa una gid ako pug Visaya ako mama subscriber man ako mama pareha min duha ya ko mama ako na subscriber po ganang Visaya. So wag na-aware ko nga na readership. There's such a thing as readership. So na kay responsibility when you know nga not a reader. So
ang common thread akong nakuanan karon ba nga sa imuha bisag kang katong ganiha sila Jay og si Ton murag ang Visaya magazine mo common thread nga nakatabang sa atong writing ba.
Yes.
By the way, sa gisulti day ni Mike, pareho day mi nga gikan mi og kuan sa Abiliana National School ang among high school. Pero murag wala pa nakaabot Mike no? Murag
murag first year ka, fourth year ko.
Okay. Nakaabot.
Sa publication, the torch ba na? Sa pa yung publication?
Light
of Lapu-Lapu. So, we would also like to ask Arlene because Adonis was telling me nga si Arlene was also from the Women in Literary Arts of Cebu. Yeah. So, we would like to ask Arlene, kanus-alam man sad siya, when did she start writing?
Okay, mga lami biya sa nigbalak si Koan sa Arlene.
Ala, uy. Kuan ka nang, sa gigo ni Mike, bata pa ko, akong nana, nag-subscribe mi yung Visaya og liwayway. So, mo'y akong earliest exposure to the language. Mo na nga, ganahan ko sa mga storya, ganahan ko sa mga balak, ganahan ko sa mga katong mga comics sa una sa Visaya. So, utong ganahan ako sa language sa Visaya niya. pag sa Cebu na kanang kailami ni Cora nag-take ko
Masters.
nag-take ko kanang MA Lit sa San Carlos, nag-ilailami ni Cora nya mo to nga iya kong gipailailan nila Mike nya mo na to nga na uy naman day ni community diri sa Cebu nga na-expose ko ba sa mo tong nainganyo ko musuway ko na kog suwat kay ganahan man jud kog Bisaya sa mo to gasugod nya mo to napugos kog suwat gyud kay kadtong day 𝗏𝗏𝗃𝗀𝗀𝗏 literary workshop ka kinahanglan jud kang mo produce og mga body of works para ma-consider so mo to ko sige suwayan lang so di ko confident pag primero basta lang good kanang na ko'y idea niya ako lang i-put into words or put into writing niya grabe magay akong critic kini
Si Mike
so,
din ang critic.
Siya critic niya mo to usbon na sad usbon niya mo dayon to nga na appeal ko sa wila niya naaman mi monthly readings so kinahanglan jud ming musuwat so mangita jud kag time nga musuwat go ahead.
Daghang salamat Mike and Inday. So we have learned that we all grew up with Visaya. Even I read the Visaya before I was in grade 1 because my tatay was also a subscriber of Visaya. We were always so excited to have when Visaya comes out every week. I don't remember. I already forgot unsa to nga adlaw that the Visaya would come out and we would be so excited. Biyernes, and then so we would. I remember that I would be the one to go to the store to get the Bisaya, and then I was already reading the Bisaya when I was not yet in grade 1. It was my first reading material. So daghang salamat Mike and Inday. So now we would like to trace. We would now like to talk about love poems. So our discussion, we would be reading poems this morning. We would be reading poems about love. We would be reading patriotic and political poems. And the last but not the least, we would be reading erotic poems, poems about sex. So that would be the last. And then, so
But before that, lang nato i-trace ang kuan Agripina no, i-trace nato kung unsa gid ang sinugdanan like pre-colonial times. So, nakoy pangutanan mo Agripina, tell us about the artifacts found about the pre-colonial Binisaya writing as deciphered by historian Dr. Rolando Borinaga in the book Surat Binisaya.
Yes. I don't have the book here right now. So last year, at the same time period, August in last year, like end of August, Adonis was also a panelist in our discussion, our event last year about Surat Binisaya, the pre-colonial Binisaya writing. So we have discussed, so we have so many discussions about our past, our history. So we are always curious about our pre-colonial roots, so that we would be able to understand ourselves and be proud of our past. So we already know that there was already a system of writing in the Visayas before the Spaniards came, and so there are artifacts like there are ritual pots with Binisaya writing on them. And these ritual pots were the pots of our babaylanes, the religious leaders. But there is this particular stone found in Monreal in Leyte. And then so this is a trapezoidal stone. And of course the prayers of our babaylanes, the religious leaders in the past are only the women and the gays, or the men dressed as women, the feminized men. So they were the religious leaders at that in pre-colonial times. And there is this stone with writing on it. So there were actually, I would say that even the prayers of our ancestors they had imagery. It is poetic. Those are literary works. So the Monreal trapezoidal stone has this inscription. So if I would read it, Dr. Rolando Borinaga, who wrote Surat Binisaya, we have that book here at Pamgras Basahanan. So this is written there. Day, So katong kining koan, kining if you would you saw that stone, so it has it is not baybayin, it is surat binisaya. So it is not like in it is not in Roman letters, but the script. So the stone here. So there are inscriptions on the stone. So they would write on stone and on clay pots. So dai mga haba sa singot tanada. Nakabahag taon ko ganan raday mataha ira pakaday magataro haira karaha hata nga anga imaba. Lisod kayo, kay pagaba kaha maiba. Gana nga anga. Ako na lang i-translate diretso. So, that, in the past, according to Dr. Burinaga, the Visayas only had one language. So, it is during the Spanish occupation when there were already border controls. When you cannot go to another island without permits. So they divided, the Spaniards divided or put blocks among the different islands in the Visayas. That's how there became different languages in the Visayas, because the first Visayan dictionary, the earliest Visayan dictionary by Father Mateo Sanchez, a Jesuit priest, only had only had one language for the whole of Visayas. So if that would be, so I would say that that would be, there is imagery on that writing. So it says, woman, we would be drained of perspiration with that, really. I am in G string, what a pity. Just a desire, woman, full of respect. You are still there. So it's you are still there. So she is an Ulipon. She is an Uripon woman processing beeswax in their steel pans. Gift of affection should be humbled because it just comes closer to many others. So when you love or when you have an affection for someone, you should be humble. The affection that is desired be put in there. Where is the lady who asked the question? So the interpretation of Dr. Rolando Burinaga of this is, the man is saying that he is expressing his affection for a woman who is in an uripon, but then his affection was not returned, or the woman walked out on him and he got hurt. So I would say that this is one of the earliest Visayan poem that we would find with an artifact and written on stone. The affection and the hurt that he felt, he wrote it in stone. He wrote it on stone. So, gisulat niya ang iyang mga kasakit, ang iyang paghigugma, ang iyang kaulipon sa Gugmang Giatay. The Bisaya is already a slave of love even before the Spaniards came. And he would write it in stone. He write it on stone. His love and his hurt. Ang iyang ulipon sa gugma. So we would also find out from Father Francisco Alcina. And if you would read William Henry Scott Barangay, we have also that book here at Palmgrass, Basahanan. So Father Francisco Alcina tells about the ancient poetry in the Visayas that he witnessed or that he listened to, because most of the poetry are sung, or they are chanted, or they are sung. So there is this ancient poetry with two lines of blank verses with 7 syllables each line must be complete. We must have a complete thought and be interchangeable without changing the meaning. And these are chanted at festivals using ordinary words and simple imagery. And this is the ambahan. You should take note of our discussions so that you would be able to remember these things. So ambahan. So Father Francisco Alcina said that the Visayan people were always singing. It comes from the word saya. They were always kind of entertaining people. They are a joyful saya. The Visaya are a joyful people, and we always sing. That's why the videoke is so popular, right? And even the haranas, I mean, the group of friends would gather. You would always have a sista when there was no videoke yet. They would always sing while drinking. And of course, the Visayans always drank in feast. When you would invite someone to a feast, the people there would drink, would say, tagay ta or mag-inom ta, tagay ta when you invite someone to a feast, and the people would be dancing. They would not just be singing, they would also be dancing and eating, and this would last like 4 to 5 hours. So these are chanted at festivals, and there is also this very ancient song, which is like an epic. So Father Francisco Alcena said that there is this kandu or karanduon, a very ancient song of theirs, which I have translated, and with the aid of memory. So he translated an epic, omitting some repetitions, which among them were considered as ornate. So it's very elegant or poetic for us, but not for the Europeans. So he deleted some repetitions, even if for us, for the Visayans, it's a poetic mode of expression. So there is this kando or karanduon, which is it is a poem or a song with which the Visayans chant. So the poem is chanted or sung, and it relates histories. So it is the histories and are chanted, and it is in this form of poetry or epic or a song, kando or karanduon. So the chanter is called parakando. Karanduon is that which is narratable and that it is chanted. So Alcina gives a summary of this kando concerning a very beautiful lady, very beautiful princess in Bohol, Bubong Humasanon, who got courted. He was courted by a dato in Leyte, and she asked for very impossible things. She asked the dato to go to the Pitan, to Mindanao, to Sulu, to China to get her slaves, because at that time the Visayans were raiders. The Visayans were slave raiders, and our boats and our ships were so fast that the boats already reached as far as China. And then the dato got everything that she wanted. So to prove his love, and then he needs to get those things for her in Sulu, in Mindanao, as far as China. And then for the last, she said, you have to get me. So according to Father Francisco Alcina, for the reply that which he gave, she was to say, here the poet speaks in hyperbole, which they use with great elegance. So our hyperboles, according to Father Francisco Alcina, were so elegant in pre-colonial times. So that in good time and without doubt she would make the buhiyos if he would perform another feat first. This was to bring her from heaven. So it was unlimited. Her demands were unlimited, and sky's the limit. Or she asked the dato to go to bring her from heaven such remarkable things, such as he had brought her from the earth. To which he replied, so the dato said, seeing that she asked of him an impossibility. So this is already translated. So this is in the epic, this is in the kando, and this is already translated by Father Francisco Alcina and Father 𝗏𝗀𝗃. So that was in Spanish and translated by Father 𝗏𝗃, also a Franciscan. Well then, let us go to work. We shall try to conquer heaven. He said, let the ships be prepared, and we shall go. There we shall make an invasion of heaven. We shall disconnect a piece of it. We shall unfold part of one of its 8 folds or capes. So it can be seen that the Visayans counted 8 heavens, as did many other neighboring peoples. So to continue, we shall take away one of the largest thunderbolts. We shall make away with, and at the same time, a piece of its brilliance. And in case there is nothing else, we shall not fail to get a ray like those which are broken off when it flashes. Well then, let us go, let us go. So he took the ships, but traveled in vain. It was an ever-fleeting horizon without finding anything. He could not travel though through them all, so that he returned with the task done. So he was not able to do that task. But he did something for Bubong Humasanon. So, Ulipon sa Gugmang Giatay in pre-colonial times.
Grabe ka na to.
Also in the epic. So we would see how the Visayans would love and to which extent the Visayans, to which the Visayans would travel and would even try to reach the heaven to win the love of the woman. So, that is
Pugnan pa
what
ang baha,
happened.
Chris. Murag pugnan pa ang mapugnan pa ang baha nung ka ang biga. Murag nga na ang dating ba.
Mapugnan pa ang baha. Pero at that time, di lang baha. He went as far as China and he tried to reach the heaven. He wanted to get a piece of the thunderbolt. So ang kilat or ang dugdog, uya pang gusto kunis-kunison para ni Bubong humasanon. So,
interesting kayo siya nga kuan, Chris, kay in fact karon na pasag ko naka kuan ba naka hibaw ani nga kuan nga information. Pero siguro nindot nga tan-awon sad nato ang kuan no after pre-colonial ato sigurong tan-awon sad ang colonial period. So pwede nato siguro pangutanon ani si Don Pagosara kay murag nahibaw ko nga usa ni siya sa una ka professor sa literature. So Sir Don, unsa may imuhang ikaw ma-describe sa poetry scene sa colonial period, like kuan basad mga nasa drabay mga daghang love poems? I'm sure naa gyud, di ba?
Sa colonial period, di ko makahatag og kasayuran may tungtong early ka colonial period na sa mga katsila, parang sa katsila nga akong na kuan yun na sapnan sa akong mga readings sa kay nagkuha mo kog masteral sa literature ko sa Europe niya himo kog research katong ani ko sa diha gikan sa UP niya na og sibog tuyo gyud during pre bakasyon ang niya na kahimamat ni Hobito Abiliana. Kani siya kanang sarsuelista nga gitawag niya ang ilang grupo kani atong pero kuan ani kana ang American period naman niya pero colonial American period dili Spanish. Ang ilang tawag sa ilang ugalingon operita Visaya ug kuan ang sarsuela dili sarsuela ang ngalan nila operita Visaya kay ngalan nila pareha sa operita sa mga panahon pa sa Katsila no na kunya nahatagan ko niya og kanang kopya sa usa ka murag narrative poem nga taas kay nga ang title Aginid sa imuhang Aginid nga kung atong sabton pagayo sa kuan out of conting aginod murag move forward no or kunya naka pud ko nahibaw-an mo tungod Fernando Buiser nga kanis Fernando Buiser man is Cebuanon gyud nga og natawhan no taga Liti o Bohol ba anyway si Fernando Buiser do ko na ang bihasa na siya o kana kay haniti na siya kayo sa mga porma sa balak do na siya kana ang gitawag og sunanoy. Kani sunanoy ihaning ko galing yung imbento ngingalan niya sa sonnet. Binisaya nga sonnet niya ang iyang ngingalan og sunanoy 14 lines po para sa sonnet sa mga English no. Pero ang characteristic yun nga kuan ni prominent nga dunay melodic ayo yung basahon ana so sayang kaya nga akong mga libro akong mga writings ni ato nga nasa Ateneo i-archive na ako doon ako yung kuan niya mga poem ni Fernando Buiser niya na membro ni siya sa Katipunan ito panahon sa sa kuan siya na ang ni appeal yun siya sa kanang armed revolution din sa Visayas doon na siya mga istorya may tungod sa mga himo nilang pakigubat sa mga Katsila nito. Unya doon na siya mga poem nga about ang patriotic kayo no nga pagmahal sa o paghigugma sa nasod. Doon na po siya poem nga may tungod sa ordinaryo mga social affairs of the sa mga tao sa pananglitan katong may tungod ang naka-attack kung bayo nga kuan di wala ko memorize may tungod sa masuso na gipakasama niya sa Manolunda ang anghel nga kunsad pati ang iyang pahiyong murag ni kunsad lo ganan adto sa iyang kuan iyang intercept sa iyang kailadman o naka post og dili matupnan nga kalipay o kahimot na nindot kayo ang pagkasulat ng iyang kuan about sa kunya. Kunya nahimo man siya obispo sa Cebu.
Oh,
Sa Iglesia Independiente. Mga lipay ni si Boyser. So ilado ko ni siya kayo sa literary circle sa Cebu dito no. Kaya dito naman siya nagpuyo isip ano. Nya dunay mga lain pang mga magsusulat nga during American period nga wala ka nang kuan nila kayo kanang sophisticated na kayo ang ilahang mga
imagery.
No. Kanini sila ni Ranudo, ni Padriga, mga poets ni sila. So, ni akong gisubmit ninyo ang kopya sa iyang poem nga kuan. Titulan og Hikalimtan. May tungod poem
Sahod ni Junior.
Balat ni sa gugma ni Vicente Ranudo.
Basahan daw niyo. Basahan daw.
Okay. Dili mahimo nga ikaw hikalimtan. Bisag maangkon ko ang imong kasilag, samtang adunay dapit ni kining dughan na pagsimbahon sa imong kaanyag. Nganong maanyag ka o mabihagon kung ikaw buot man nga akong hikalimtan? Nganong man ang imong katawa langit nun kung masuko man nga paghahalaran? Muna sampol, di lang nagkatibasong gitas-taas ni. Padriga, doon na sab. Kanya ganigang Padriga, ititulan niya og Dalagang Pilipinhon. Painungod sa mga dalaga, mga Filipino women folk, label ng mga dalaga. Kani si Vicente Padriga mo na yung first editor sa Visaya. Editor, Vicente Padriga. Kunya, niatong kuan tuig 1930 ngadto 31. Kunya kaning ang kuha na ko nga sample sa iyang itaytulan og Dalagang Pilipinhon. Kung basahon na ang first part, ikaw ang naghatag kaambong sa mga tudling ning palad. Nagsabulak, mga bulak ning kaisipang nagkapalong. Ikaw ang nagpurong-purong sa nagluspad kung kaagtang sa daghang mga kadaugan ning kinabuhi. Maangkon ikaw ang masigang bituon nagadanag sa akong kapintas. So imong Dalagang Pilipinhon, maambong bulak sa akong yuta. Kanimo way makakuha sa dako mong kabililhon. Kung ikaw among amungan, kung ikaw paglimbungan, alaot ang tampalasan. Nagbuling sa imong kaputli, kay unong ko akong kinabuhi. Gunubon ko ang kalibutan.
You're done. For our non-Visayan audience, would you like to give a summary or for that? Which line is that in that poem is your favorite, and what does it mean? Because we have our audience also from Luzon.
Kini kang Padriga. Kini kang Padriga sa akong review sa Cebuano, na-appeal man niya sa akong review sa akong salamin ng guway ng kolom. Kuha niya siya kanang ang iyang image ni may pagka Mater Dolorosa. Kuha bitaw kanang icon bitaw sa atong inahang langit nun ni si Maria, no? Mater Dolorosa nga pwede sabi Maria Magdalena tungod sa iyang kasulubon mga tabo pagkamatay ni Kristo, no? So pero gipanungod niya sa Dalagang Pilipinhon, iyang gisangat ngayon sa pedestal sa usa ka masulubong inahan, Mater Dolorosa, ang Dalagang Pilipinhon. Of course, puro ni mga idealistic nga mga linya nga i-idealize yun ang virtues of the Filipino woman, no? Pakamatyan. Nya kini makuaman na ni mga murag may pagkatuan mo kuno pasumbingay pud pagmahal sa nasod kay murag gi-metaphorize mo ang Dalagang Pilipinhon sa inang bayan ba, no? O nasod nga pagkamatyan kung among-amungan. So dinhi lang wala ang giklaro murag kuan lang subtle kaayo ang kanang implication o paghisigot sa pagkamata Dolorosa sa Pilipino sa Dalagang Pilipinhon. Si 𝗶𝗆_𝘆cie na presidente ni nato. No, of course, ang iyang panahon, kato nang ni Kabat ni Gikan sa early American period, ngadto na sa kuan contemporary time, kaya nahimo ko siyang presidente, na-elect ko siya. Doon ko na siya dalagang Pilipino na title.
Yeah,
Oh, pero,
So, daghang salamat, Nordon, for sharing with us the Visaya love poems in the colonial period. Now, we would like to ask our other panelists, regarding love poems in the contemporary times. But before that, I would like to read the comments from our online audience. So we have Jessie from SDO Tapat, Julie San from SDO Tapat. We have all actually from the Elite and Drama Society. 𝗵𝗃 𝗵𝗃𝗀𝗃 says he wishes that there was an actual demonstration of of how these forgotten tradition like the kando or the epics were performed. So, and then also to revive this for this generation and perhaps continue as this is our identity. So at Pamgras, that is really our wish to trace our roots, to be proud of our roots. That's why if you see me right now, I am wearing a tibuli with the traditional weaving of tinalak. So this is the traditional fabric of the tibuli from Abaca with the dream weavers of the tibuli. And I'm also wearing their necklace, which is made of the seeds in the shrub in Lake Cebu. So bosok. This is very cheap. It looks beautiful, right? But this is not expensive. It is available at Pamgras Sinugatan Gift from Cebu. And I am also wearing right now the a replica of pre-colonial earrings. So this is the patanaw. So our ancestor had gold from head to toe, and the women always went out in performance. So we have belts. So I have a belt here with belts. Oh, kana. So when you go out, so this is also an anting-anting. The bells are also anting-anting, and so the bali dire. Oh, asa ba to? Niara? Aday dire. So the earrings is it is called patanaw, which means I want you to dire day. I want you to look at me patanaw, patanaw. So it's gold plated. So this is made by Ferdinand Ascaraga, our audience here who said that it wouldn't drop. Katong niingon doon ba nga sapnayon para dili mahagbong. Sapnayon para dili mahagbong. So now we would like to ask our millennial
So,
poets or
so
couple
contemporary na karon Agripina,
contemporary
contemporary.
contemporary na ta. So the love poems in present times. So if our poets in pre-colonial times and even in colonial times would die, so si Don Pagosara was telling us that about that poem about the poet would die for the girl. Akong pakamatyan, ang akong gugma, I would die for it. Nangamatay gud ka to. Bigyan ko ano, image na no. Kana doon, sa moingon kag pakamatyan nimo doon. Sa latason ko ang mga buki, sa kaon ang I would climb the mountains and I would cross the seas. Nakoy poem, nakoy
Chris,
I have those lyrics in one of the songs at Pangras in Gugmang Giatay about the love of a couple who fought for love of country. So, Dons, have you heard of poets na who wrote about dying for someone who did really die?
murag daghan man sigurong magbabalak sad nga either nga murag nagtubok ba kung dili makaya na.
Tinuod yun. So they would literally do it. Okay, of course, when you are a poet, you always are very emotional and very
Ato
creative.
nang pangutan-on Agripina sila Jay.
Buang gid kasagaran. Buang
Ato
gid
nang
kasagaran mga magbalak. Mga buang ray mahigugma. Buang. Kay I just remember that song is it by Chai? Kundi palang kubuang. I remember that song. Kundi palang kubuang. So now we have our our millennial poets, the couple poets, we would ask them about their love story and poetry and love story. We have Jay and Ton. May we have them? So we would like to call again our poets who are on an LDR, a long distance relationship. One is in they are on split screen because may hadlang ang umaga. Si Ton is in Cagayan de Oro and Jay is here in Cebu at Palmgrass, Hawanan, 𝗟ście Abril. So Jay and Ton, so you are both poets, and we would like to ask you if poetry has a part in your love story. How did poetry start your love story?
So,
Okay, una.
So,
sige, tingali kung wa pa ang tagsa-tagsa namong hilig sa pamalak, tingali wa mi mag-abot ni Jay. Kay usa man tingali to sa inungda apan. Although lahi-lahi mi og lahi-lahi mi darson pero usa tingali sa mga hinungdan nga nag-abot mi sa Iligan. Nya ang event sa Iligan mo to ang Ludabi Convention after pipila ka tuig na Ludabi Convention. Ambot kung gipadayon ba to. Pero that was back in April 2016. So actually wa mi nagkuan, wa gid mi I just ako ako ni Jay sa online makuan lang nako si post nga ga-post siya balak unya unhan na lang tika Jay gi-add tika kay ato nga kay ako nga kay I find camaraderie sa kanila especially sa mga 𝗶𝗶𝗆𝗄 fellows nga na so nya after atong sa April 29 nagkami dayon sa pag May 4. May the 4th be with you. Ana. So mga unom na April 29 to May 4, I think mga unong kaadlaw.
Upat kaadlaw? Upat?
Oh.
4 days?
Unom.
Apat na araw na pag-ibig.
Paano siya?
Ay, upat de.
Tayo nakakilala.
Example na siya sa
𝗵𝗃𝗏 skillat.
Kailan mi 29 unya pagka 30 ting uli na so una sila kalahi man sila nga group sa convention no kay wa man mi kaila ato actually wa koy kaila ato pagka adtua so kana sa tuton serendipity ingon ka pero wala ka nang wato tuyo ba kay di jud tumong dito maguyab-uyab kay nag-review mo ko ato sa board exam so ako ato kay focus iko dapat nya kato kay marag side trip lang ba na adto ko kay interesado man sad ko nya free tanan para sa ingon ni Sir Mike ganina na ganing magsuwat day ta kay ana di mga ginagmayng rewards no so sa imong suwat so wato na ato ko og Ludabi convention so ako kaila sa nag-invite nya kanang brag para nako looking back in hindsight parag risgo gid to akong gibuhat di na sad ko mousab ato kanang wa ko kailas nag-invite na ni sugot ra ko kay tungod interesado kay ko sa pagsuwat and then sa pag-trace pud sa ginisaya nga pinulungan nga na so ni sugot ko and then pag adto nako kay wa ko usara akong nailhan dito na ka-batch nako and then naabot sila na siya kaila kanilang taon ko mo to ni abot silang taon and tutorya mi dugay kami na magstorya pagka ugma kay ni uli na sila una ni uli and then pag abot nako sa airport kilahi man mi nga batch sa sakyanan nana siya dito sa airport so nagkuwat siya sa lagindingan ambot nga no nibalik siya dito so nibalik daw siya dito kay iya daw siguruhon so abtik one day ra
𝗵𝗃𝗏 skillat. So i-continue na lang nila ako nga question. So there is a question for you nga if did you write poems to each other during courtship? So wala di ay literature to, verbal poetry to.
Kuan para nako depending on how we operationally define courtship because for me courtship doesn't end the moment I said yes. So marag sugot ti kadaan pero panguyab pagkahuman so everyday na siya. So everyday na siya manguyab dapat. So marag wala siya tuyo ba pero mara siya ingana ton sa.
So So, gisugot na niya kay they are already parting ways. So, parang nga kanang wala na ni pakipot-kipot pa, wala na ipakipot, way palugit, wala palugit, kung ganahan, diretsyo.
Pero wa pa mi nagkauyab at tupod adlaw, murag na niguro lang sa banya. Natara siya dito nagtanga iko nga man niya tuyo.
Uy,
And courtship na dayon after gisugot,
Ah,
you still need to court every day until today, until forever.
ikaw na tubag ana to.
Actually, kuan, abot na ko sa hapit na ko naabot sa Cagayan de Oro adto sa abot na ko sa boundary between Misamis kuan di ko na ko na kan nya traffic man pag abot sa Opol nya na ang pag abot sa Opol nakaunaw na ako murag kuan man kay kuan yun sa walay dagang kuan pasyata first day naganan ako sa iya ha so I wanted to convince her nga na so ni hawa ko sa bus with only 100 pesos in my pocket ngita ko unsa ako masakyan padulong nga gindingan niya layo ba king lagindingan gikan Opol so ni hangyo ko sa labay nga balabal driver so gipakyaw na ako so walay hunahuna kung makauli ba ko or unsa ba makuan ba ko so bahala na si Batman ana basta lang kuan so dito di na ko pare sama niya di na ko tusbon kay kuan
So, murag salida sa sini, it's just like, you know, when you look at mga romantic comedies, they are always, at the end part would always be a race to the airport. But it happened in true to life story when 𝗏𝗏 went to the airport to J. So I thought it's always a cliche of those movies. When you watch movies, at the end part of the movie is always the guy or someone or the girl racing to the airport to catch the woman or the man he or she loves. And then now I've seen that it's not really cliche, but it happened in real life. Winton, after the end of the seminar or that conference about Visaya language, went to the airport to see Jay to express his love. Parang nga mauyab na niya. O yeah, ni end gito og hug and kiss kaan like in movies.
wala naanghag pero gikuan lang naanghag pero ako gibilin sa ang akong kuan nako murag cherish na ako nga kuan murag memorabilia gikan sa first Liga National Writers Workshop katong murag scarf nga kuan murag scarf nga meron na nga nagyapon karon nagyapon kang Jay.
So, tamoy kinuptanan. So you gave her something to remember you. So it's a scarf. Murtog panyo ni Leon Gilat nga gamhanan. So there are reactions from our audience. There is from Agnes in Agnes Lirazan. Yes, that is true. If you are in love, you can make a beautiful poem about your love story. This is from the National Quincentennial Committee page. And we have also from Sheena Baklayon, Maayong Buntag sa Tanan, student of BA Literature at CNU, and Grizel says, may we continue to write no matter what it takes to become one of the writers and soon be one of the panelists. So, yes, Grizel, always keep writing. So, thank you, Ton and Jay. So, Adonis, I guess we have the same questions for our married couple, poet couple.
Yeah, atong ibalik silang mic og si Arlene. Karon Mike, iyagyag na nato ang angay iyagyag Mike. So, nakatabang pa gyud ang balak Mike sa pagpanguyab nimo kang Arlene.
Oo eh. Kay so ang kuan gyud muna itong advantage nga kuan ba mas kuan ako ang babae pod nga kana bitong matawag na to ba nga I mean mailan po nimo ang mura bagkuan ba nga maganahan kay siya sa maengganyo siya sa kanang pinulungan. I mean, it's a lahi na nga babae nga maengganyo og pitulungan. Kay na may ubang mga babae nga lahi ang ilang engganyo ganahan sila nga na kay wheels, na kay sakyanan. So, ang babae nga kanang pitulungan para nako kuan na kay na marabag advantage na kay na ba nga naibabay nga sensitive enough and intelligent enough to appreciate, you know, fine expression, which is poetry. So sa diha pa lang nga level, danay sense of connection, no? Maka-establish yung connection nga not just kanang kuan kana bang unsay imong mga tirada diha, but pilagi sa kanang pinulungan, makuha na ba kanang di na mo common ground, so dako kay
Pero
advantage pa.
kung sa imong tanaw kung si Arling dili pod siya writer or dili literary minded kanang mukubit ka siya sa imong metaphor?
Aw,
Juan, murag gitiunan ko sa balak doon.
Gitiunan. Mao ba?
So advantage, so dako kay ganang nga ang mag-appreciate music poetry, which is why instrumental po guys siya iyang appreciation ang kabisdak bitaw all this 16 years. Well, she has been very supportive, no, nga pagtukod na ko ng kabisdak, nagsusukod ko, tagaan ko niyag luna, tagaan ko niyag space nga okay, because sometimes it's up your time, no, and din sa America grabe kita ganang sa 𝗏𝗶𝗃𝗃 din yeah, you are dealing with, you know, language nga alien din sa America nga walay, it's not economically viable, but then here's somebody nga who gives me that time nga marabag, you can spend like 5 hours doing that, and you know, and still consider it nga marabag importante na siya imong gibuhat na nga kuan ba tabak, although siya ingon nga importante imong gibuhat, but then giving you that space para nako okay na siya nga kuan
Gito. Gidawatan na doon nga first love gina niya.
First love. Imbis na imuha siyang pahugason sa baso o plato, imuhan lang siya sige pagkabasdak.
Ibugas niya ang plato.
Pero ang nakoy pangutana ni Arlene ba kung I'm sure kani si Mike daghan gyud kay ni siya gipada sa imuha nga mga balak nga murag pahinungod sa imuha. Nabasad kay mga pipila ka mga balak nga nasuwat for Mike.
Katong akong mga nasuwat nga uban murag siya ang muse. Siya ang inspiration. Katong ubang mga balak. So.
Pero kaning balakan no mabasa ba nato ni siya lane sa kabisdak kay I'm sure di ba namang kay gipangpasa sa naman sa balak sa
kuan kanang naamon toy na publish sa sa blog sa una unya katong diha po toy sa gi-feature nila ang ubang members sa Wilan diha po ba
sa libro. I mean it was also
anthology.
Actually those balak gid also ginasa sa bedrock na mo literally kay in fact during our honeymoon nag-attend ng workshop. So the first time nga ang 𝗏𝗏𝗃𝗀 dito sa gawa sa Cebu dito sa Romblon. So we were both fellows. So at that time sa workshop, maputoy mga 3 days after na minyo mi. So literally dito mi nag-workshop, dito mi nag-honeymoon sa workshop sa Romblon.
Wow.
So you married with poetry and you have your honeymoon with poetry.
In a way, and so yeah.
So,
it's not just once in a in a life, murag flash in the pan ba murag, so it's a lifelong commitment, so murag nagmeet kami niyon ang pamalak.
So sa imuha ba before ko kay murag natay gamay time, so sa imuha sad Mike nga sa unang love poem nga about love nga murag panguyab, so karon nausab sad imong balak nga more on kuan na siya more on kanang love poem para sa imong asawa, murag ingana na ang dating ron na pagibagyapon na
di na kay ana nga kinahanglan nimo murag elevated kasi sometimes ang imong the act of loving can be poetic in itself even if it's not in writing. So in so many ways they have
𝗟𝗏𝗃𝗃𝗀 Mike.
Sa basahon nga balak niya, it's a political poem, but it's also actually a love poem to her kay maramag it's set in a Redemptorist church kay dito mi nagkauyab gyud, diha mi nagkauyab sa Redemptorist church kasi simba niya diha pud ko niya gisugot sa sod sa Redemptorist anya nakoy poem nga gisuwat for Father Rudy Romano. And also it's a love poem and at the same time it's also a political poem, so basahon ako niya.
So Inday, Arlene was actually saying, I remember her saying, making a comment that I already accepted that his first love is poetry and not me.
The part na, because she's also poetry in her own right.
You know lang. Part of my heart, all of my heart.
Di
Sige,
ba?
So they would be reading their love poems in a while. So first, we would like to have, Jay and Ton. So supposedly they have read their poem already a while ago. So they have this poem. So they have this poem. So they wrote poems regarding their courtship, their love story. So you have read about their story. They were together in a Ludabi in a conference on the Visaya language for 4 days. And after 4 days, they got together. So nauyab na sila after 4 days. 4 na araw na pag-ibig. And it ended with it climaxed with cliche going to the airport. So when you hear the word Lagindingan is the airport in Cagayan de Oro. And it's about nearly an hour from the city. Diba? So when you go to the airport, so Ton was saying he only had 100 pesos in his pocket. Gugmang Giatay, Ulipon sa Gugmang Giatay, Giatay, Gugma. 100 pesos lang ha. And he went to the airport with only 1 hour from the city. So, Jay,
poetry naman to as performance.
Performance poetry to. Going to the airport, showing love with only 100 pesos, 1 hour from the city, come what may, it's a poetry performance. So we would like to listen to Jay and Ton read their poem about their love story.
Okay, so kay ano to si Ton king akong ang naghatod nako kay dong sa tupadayan. So mo to siya. Naswerte ana to. Okay. Okay na?
Okay na.
Okay. Sorry. Okay, so Baiwas. Apas, Handuraw, Kampo. Pipila lang sa mga suok sa dakbayan. Diin sa makadaghan, igo lang sa sidsiran sa higayon, nag-abot. Ang ginagmay tangkidhay ug panghupaw. Ako nga nagmapas sa matag iskina sa apas, samtang ikaw nag-apas sa mga sugilanon sa mga driver, sa iskina nga nagpadulong na sa pagkahupas. Ikaw nga nagdagandagan na sa kamplapulapo, samtang ako naluya pa og gukod-gukod sa akong mga damgo. Ikaw nga gipaminaw na sa mga duwende sa Handuraw, samtang ako nagnanaw-nanaw, nagpaminaw sa kaugalingong tingog sa pagkawalay hanaw. Kining tanan ato lang nasayran, dihang nag-abot ta sa suok sa dakbayan sa Iligan. Diin ang gilayon sa Cebu ug Cagayan, nahimong taytayan, ug kita nakalingkawas sa libuan ka mga baiwas.
Hey. Namakpak na sila din. Sige. The reply or the poem reply of Ton.
So, kuan ni siya, mura ni siya o kanang collage sa mga balak nga akong mga gugmang balak kong nabasa niya pahinungod pod ni sa kang kuan. So, ang title ining balak Kining buwak talag sa taon dili sama sa puwang rosas nga matunukan inig kumkum o mga buwak nga sagad makit-an sa kabukiran nilang inday pangdan ug sa iyang kiatan kuno nga igagaw nga gibagutbot sa usa ka balakero nga nagkunot rang lagay sa pagtuga-tuga og balitaw sa iyang kaulaw. Wala mapalgan didto sa balalihan nga malabyan og mga habal-habal. Dili matandi sa mga mata sa mga dalagang Pilipinhon nga matagbuan sa Garcia Avenue. Diin matag 14 Pebrero at ngan og mga desperado nga gakumkum og pinungpong nga kalyalili, tulips ug uban pa. Bitaw, bisag asa nga lugar lisod yun pangitaon kining matang sa buwak. Namasin ko kung nagikan ka sa laing bahin sa universo o o dito sa tabunok nga suok sa tuburan sa pinulungan. Tingali kung tugutan nimo muturok ug mamuwak kini sa luna sa imong pagpiyong, sa itsura ug kahumot tingali ikaw ray makapatino niini. Unta dili mulaya sa imong kalibutan ug unta inigkutlo nimo lakip pod mahuptan ang gabuklad kong kamot.
Yay. Pakpak sa tao. So we would like first Jay to give a summary about her poem, and also Ton, because we also have online our Tagalog audience who would want to know about those poems.
Okay, so I so may direct translation sa Baiwas, but for me it was about the many times that we would have met. Siguro tungod sa mong common friends, na-realize na mo ba nga pwede tami magkita sa Handuraw, pwede ra tami magkaabot sa we would have met somewhere in Apas or somewhere in Handuraw or in a workshop, but of all places, we really met dito sa Iligan or in that particular convention. I think that was basically it.
Yes. And then Ton.
I think ang nabili sa wapan ako musuwat kining kining balak ang nagbilin sa hunahuna kay ang word nga talagsaon kay kumbot naon talagsaon ra gito nga higayon nga nag-abot niya sa pagsugod sa talagsaon or rarity nagsumpay-sumpay sa mga ubang koan niya ako kay koan siguro katong sa una sugi ko mabasa og ng mga gugmang balak nga kanang koan bitaw kanang dili lang cliche or unsa ba akong gipangtahi ang mga lahi-lahi nga images. I saw different images from different love poems from different poems. For instance, the Balian and Habal-Habal, referring to Adonis Durado sa katong Balaki Kuday, Ingday Pangdan, I don't have the list with me kay makukandam kan sa kuan from kuan lang siguro ang nakuan ani is kang gikan sa mga contemporary gikan sa kang Kevin Lagunda, Grecian Paul Tigdor, obviously naa kang 𝗏𝗏𝗆 Garcia kung dalagang Pilipinhon niya akong gitahi nga mura siya padulong yapon sa the thought that this flower that is rare or something like that.
So that's
in
for
short,
Jay.
Oh, in short, pa-char-char ba?
so pa-char-char to kan Jay. So you the imagery is Jay is like the flower that is rare. Char. Thank you, Ton and Jay. We would be listening to them talk about heartbreak poems in a while, and also erotic poems at the end of the show. And then so Doncy would like to call our married Gen X poets, the married couple poets. So who would be reading their love poem? So, asa na si Mike and Arlene?
Ganun ka muna. Sige ka
Pwede.
muna.
Sige, pwede na ko muna.
Sige.
Sige. Ako sang basahon ay hanak ko
Explain.
Okay. 5 ka kondisyon sa akong pag-uyon. Dawaton nako ang imong kamot kung andam kang muhimamat sa akong pagkahigmata. Kung maghihilawas ka sa akong pagkalingkawas. Kung mutaghoy ka, duyog sa akong paghilom-hilom. Kung mukalawat ka sa akong pagdumili. Matag karunog unya, ugma damlag, kung dili ka mahadlok agakon, gikan sa imong pagkasaad. Motoy, una na akong bala.
Wow.
Salamat.
Kailan for our, I really want to we really want to translate that for our Tagalog audience. So, can you do that, Arlene?
I think this is really about like demanding. Like if you really want to go into this relationship, I demand that you have the courage to be true to yourself, to show authenticity and to embrace imperfection and show your vulnerability. So it's basically about
I like that
that
line.
kind of
I
thing.
remember, Arlene, I like that line. Kung makikhilawas ka sa akong pagkalingkawas.
Yeah.
Kung nalihinumduman yun na ako, di ba? It's a very striking line. So if you would translate that literally, makikhilawas if you have intercourse with my being free. If you makikhilawas ka sa akong pagkalingkawas, if you would have intercourse with my being free.
So that's the beauty. That's the beauty of the Cebuano language kay murag dili kina feel kung imo na isuwat sa English. Murag lagi lang yun.
Lisod kayo, makikhilawas ka sa akong pagkalingkawas.
So murag nakanindot sa atong lingwahe kay
sige. So karon it's Mike's turn.
Mike.
So this is one of my early love poems nga napatik ni siya sa my first book katong Iring-iring sa tingbitay sa ero. So ang uluhan ini usa ka gabi sa Larsian nabutdan ko sa mga bituon. So for those who are not from Cebu, ang Larsian mo na siya magdaghang barbecuehan, usahay mo nag-uyab nga limited og budget adto nga mga on. So for lami kay lugar sa mo ni usa ka gabi sa Larsian nabutdan ko sa mga bituon. Dali ra ka malipong, ingon ka. Dali ra ka maluya. Apanday, nganong wala mo balibari ang akong gitagay? Imong gisagulag Sprite ang duha ka basong beer, imong gisawsawag ginisal nga hipon ang mga hiwa-hiwa sa hilaw nga mangga. Imong gisagulan, imong gisawsawan og sukag patis nga miwaswas sa akong dilang na amang sa kahalang ning dughan. Lisod kanon ang puso kung dili hiwaon. O ang siling kulikot nga tingali sama kapula sa kasing-kasing dili makatimpla sa parat og aslom kung dili kusniton. Sultian tika. Sama nimo dali sab ko maluya. Dali sab kong malipong. Sama karon sa imong pagtungab samtang gahabhab ko og gasumsum og barbekyong bituon.
So ang bituon di ay nabutdan ko. Unsa ganing nabutdan? Unsa ganing nabutdan in English?
Nakay
I got indigestion.
Gasping.
With the bituon.
Bloated.
I got bloated. One night in Larsian when I got bloated with the stars. So ang last kay karon sa imong pagtungab sa samtang gahabhab ko o gasumsum o barbekyong bituon. So ang barbecue mao day tong mga bituon. Asa may imagery ana Mike sa glove adto Mike. So nahimong stars ang bituon. Nahimong stars ang barbecue.
Yeah, in a way, kanang mura na siya kuan ba nga it's not even the food that's delicious. I mean the presence of the beloved it's only nourishing. Di mo naman nagkuhan na ba? So it's a poem of courtship, but then mura po siya kuhan, mura a poem of nourishment through the presence of the beloved. So yeah.
So even the 𝗟𝗆 becomes like the color of the heart. Yes. So mao na siya. Lisod kanon ang puso kung dili hiwaon og ang siling kulikot nga sama kapula sa kasing-kasing. The 𝗟𝗆 is as red as your heart.
Yeah, and it's also a play on the idea of Cupid, di ba? Kasi kanang gituso ka sa ang barbecue. So through the use of those
imagery and
sa imagery sa pagkaon ang puso maghihiwa. So there's also a sense of there's heartbreak and everything, but then in the end it's really that moment when you feel that sense of affinity with someone that's nourishing, that's intoxicating. So nag-play ko ang idea.
So Mike Obiñeta is the author of this book, and this is available at Pamgras Basahanan. This is Sangas sa Angkla, Hangin sa Samin. So by Mike Obiñeta. So there is also an English translation of each one of the poem. And so if you would want to get hold of this book and read this book, is there a free reading for this? There is a free reading, but it's better to buy this book. um, what is the best poem, love poem here for you, Mike, in this collection?
I mean, mura po kag nangutan na og kinsay pinakapinangga nimo nga anak. So lisod siya lisod siya kuan, lisod siya is specific, but yeah, I think the tanang poem diha in a way naman gay kanang
Yes.
diha at attachment. So lisod siya pag
Branch of the anchor,
Uh.
air in the mirror,
Mm.
hangin sa samin, sanga sa angkla. So you should read this book. So daghang salamat, Mike and Arlene. So we would be asking you in a while regarding your heartbreak poems if you have. So now we would like to, I am now asking Adonis regarding his love poem. So because of course, even if Adonis is a co-host in this in this event, so Adonis is also a multi-awarded poet, and I would like to ask him regarding his poetry, if he was using poetry when courting someone. Ngog.
Murag sama sa giingon sa uban, murag sahay gamiton gyud na nimo ang kuan mo nay imong strength ba kay sa as a writer. Kay numdum ko ba in fact usa man sad siguro ni nga paborito ni Mike nga film kanang 𝗏𝗆𝘆 ba nga kanang naiusak ang story sa kana nga film lingaw kayo kay murag naiusa ka kanang postman nga gikawat niya ang mga balak ni Ruda na gigamit niya as pagpanguyab sa babae nga iyang giganahan. Murag ana ba so ang poetry is lami gyud na siya gamiton as a form sa pagpanguyab ba, which is murag kita kung writer ta mapugos gid ta nga kung na in love ta murag mapugos ta nga mahimong poet sa giingon pa nga bisag di ka balaknon mabalaknon ka makasuwat kag kuan. I don't know tinuod ba na pero sure
Or according to Don og ni Mike, they would write love letters in behalf. So you will be if you are not a poet, you would hire ghostwriters to be, or you would quote from the poets na lang. So Adonis, would you like to mangawat kag balak para ihalad? So ingna lang kog kawatan, bahalag ingnog kawatan basta sugton.
Basta sugton.
So kanang Adonis, would you like to read one of your love poems?
Okay, so I'm going to read this very short poem, 3 stanza ra ni siya niya. More on duwa ra ni siya sa language. So ang title ani kay ikaw ang tanang babay nga akong gipangga. Ikaw ang tanang bunbun sa akong baybay, ikaw ang tanang balod sa akong bugsay, ikaw ang tanang agay-ay sa akong busay, tanang hinunob sa akong tabay. Ikaw ang tanang abaga sa akong agbay, tanang kapakapa sa kasway ug kapay, ikaw ang tanang kainit, takig, alindasay, tanan kong hunad, tanan kong hupay. Ug ikaw ang tanang gibuyok ning sugkay, tanang pabilo sa pailob, tumoy sa kutay, ikaw ang tanan kong pangintahay, tanang ikog ug sungay, sapot og talidhay.
Yay! Neng! Charo Neng, si Neneng. The best half of Adonis, Neng. Charo gyud Neng, di gyud madaning, di gyud to mabalibara Neng. Tugton gyud to diretsyo Neng, basta katong balaka. Ikaw ang tanang bunbun sa akong asa to tanang bunbun sa asa to Dons? Tanang bunbun sa akong
Bye-bye.
Sa baybay. So you are all, ikaw ang tanan. Kung sa tanan akong agbay, ikaw ang tanang abaga, tanang kainit, you are all the heat, the chills, and the unsa meaning alindasay dons kung in English ni. Tanang chills, tanang heat, ikaw na tanan. Tanan all that heals me and tanang medicine si ikaw na tanan. So ikaw ang sungay, ikaw ang sapot, Ikaw ang ikog, the tail and the horns, ikaw tanan. So, mao na siya. So, kung ikaw ana, so makasabot ang Nining gyud nga kanang dili gyud kabalibad si Nining sa with that poem. So, of course, our Gen Z audience here who came here, the fans of Adonis, told me nga this is their favorite love poem of Adonis, and this is 𝗏𝗏𝗃𝗀𝗍𝗏𝗏𝗏 samtang gasakay tagabalhabal. So this is the first collection of poems of Adonis. Dili tanang matagak mahagbong. So of course we need to read this, excerpts of this. So it says, 𝗏𝗏𝗃𝗀𝗍𝗏𝗏 samtang gasakay tagabalhabal. Idat-ul og samot kanang imong dughan, ngari sa akong buko-buko, aron mabatsyag ko ang hinagubtob sa atong kasing-kasing. Sa mga libao nga malabyan, gaksa ko paghugot, sama sa lastikong mipungpong sa imong buhok, sa kainit sa imong ginhawa, gitika kining tingkoy. Ang mga balili unya nga naghalok sa atong batiis, isipon tang mga dila. Dayon samtang nagkatulin kining atong dagan, mamiyong tag maghangad, ngadto sa kawanangan, aron sugaton ang taliksik sa uwan, dahon ug bulak. So, mao to ang Visaya. So namakpak na sila diri don. And then of course, the English translation, I'm not sure if I can read this properly. So the English translation, a poem babe while we're on this fucking ride. A poem babe while on this fucking ride. Oh, press those luscious boobs hard on my back. I wanna feel you close, babe. Hear the tom-tom-tom of your beating heart. Every rattling pothole we pass. Hold on fast to me, babe. Fast as that rubber band gathering up your hair. Your hot breath. Oh, it tickles my nape. Leaves of grass kiss our legs like many tongues. Now as we speed up this fucking ride, oh babe, let's close our eyes to the sky, opening up above, catch this sudden surge of rain, leaves, and flowers. Yeah. Namakpak yapon sila. So the translation, kisa nag-translate ani Dons? So kisa si 𝗏𝗏𝗏𝗏 Alunan. Same. So do we have comments from our audience? Wa katingog atong audience. Wa sila katingog. So, Teresita says, haha. The Neneng, the best half of Adonis says, hahaha. Niingon si 𝗏𝗏𝗁 Yanok. So, ikabugti pa di ang gugma ang balak niyo, even karon nga panahon na. Ikabugti ba di ay gugma? So can you offer poem for love? So can you ikabugti? Would you offer poem for love? So ikabugti. Yeah. And then we have Rodora Pianyar Reyes. Good morning. And then stay tuned for the erotic poems in a while. So the poems about sex. So stay tuned for that. So Adonis also have this book. So we are Pamgras, the Cebu Heritage Hotel is a repository of books of Adonis. So if you want to look for his books, those are all here. Binugbo alang sa mugbo ug kalipay. Shorts for the short joyed. We have other books he would show later. So we would now call Adonis. We would now call our panelist, our veteran poet. So we have Don Pagosara again. We talk about love. Now we talk about another kind of love. Oh, do we still ask him to read his poem?
Yeah.
Yes. So
actually si Sir Don, like usa ni siya siguro sa poet nga matawag natog trilingual. So as in kuan gid siya kanang murag fluent gid siya sa tulo, Bisaya, sa Tagalog or Filipino og sa English. Nya karon murag mubasa ka siguro niyor og kanang love poem mo in English, di ba?
English?
Yes.
Oh,
Is this
naman
your
English English Cebuano man eh.
an
English
evening
Cebuano
delight?
ni siya. Oh, sige. Ang Bisaya din ni siya nga kuan. Nya nay translation nga atong
So we show the
i-post.
English. Sige.
So Bisaya ang basahon nimo pero ang translation mo atong ikuan.
Mo basahon ang translation.
Yeah, you will read the point in Visaya. The team here will show the English translation.
So
But you
Bisaya
will read.
Oh, niya na. Ang title ini Salirawan. Pero pag in English nagi-title ko apparition. Kaning salirawan nga word nakatunan ako ni karang hubito sa lungga, salin nga larawan.
Nyor kadalasan ang kuan ligi nato diri nyor kay ang an evening delight ligi nga kuan.
Oh, naa dia ang evening delight.
Oh, asa ni siya na kay Bisaya ani ang evening delight or English poem gyud ni?
Naman ang alternating mo na pero no English din po. Oh, okay. Yung una ang in English
na lang mo may nabutang.
Ako na mo na akong basahon.
Okay, na lang.
An evening in delight.
Yes.
Ang Binisaya, ang Binisaya ra. Basahon na ko ng Binisaya then in English, mubuo man ni kayo kay
ang in English na naman sa screen, so dili na lang ay na lang basaha ang in English, ang Bisaya na lang mo ibasa.
Ang Binisaya lang. Kalipay sa kagabhion ang Binisaya ni kalipay sa kagabhion.
Okay.
Matag gabi sa dili pa ko matulog, muhigop ko lawom nga panghupaw. Sa dili magwantang kagilas nga makigluon sa imong kamabihagon. Akong kasing-kasing mulusad gilayon og lakbay. Sakay sa karwahe sa kinumkong nga handungaw. Ngadto sa kang haan sa naghingaping katagbaw. Oh, pagkalalim ug kahayahay magpauraray sa gasa sa hinandurang gugmag romansa. Ang imong mga ngabil nagduga sa pahiyom, mga mata giduyan sa badamguhong kalipay.
Wow.
Mana?
Your eyes. Ibalik ko na to translation katong last part. So kato siya. So grabe ang imagery what sweet comfort and relief to relish in the gift of imagined love and romance. Your lips oozing with juices of your smile. Your eyes cradled in dreamful evening delight. so nindot kay ni siya nga balak. So Don, Don, I would like to ask you nga because of your poetry, daghan gid kang napasugot. So did the women did you find you because you mentioned this every night before I sleep I relish a sigh of happy surrender to an irresistible urge. Intense desire. So I would like to ask if you have become irresistible to women because of your poetry.
Tugan ng gusto tinuod ha?
Tinuod. Anay ni. Di ba pamakak ang mga balakero?
Wag ko napasugot.
Hyperbole lang magkuan. Figure of
speech. Pagkatinuod lang, Great Agripina, wala yung pinapasugot sa akong poetry. Akong mga ibihimong mga mugbong balak nga pahinungod yun sa kababayan na wa mo sugot. Lain man nagapasugot na sa akong panguyab. Kaabtik ba? Inabtik. Inabtik sa kamot. Dili sa pagsulat sa ka. Dili ka mag-inabtik. Di ka kauyab o ganang poem-poem lang. Bisag love letter. Kadaghan ako nagsulat love letter.
Balak lang. Dili balak lang. Apilan yung kaabtik. Dili na pwede.
Pagkapilan na kinamot.
Dili pwede. I remember your kuan sa ugot pa suot ni mo Don. Laptik sa dila ug brutsa sa pulong. So dili madalaptik las dila.
Dili.
Nanglad ka aptik sad. So according to Don poet Don Pagosara, so but then they find your poems really irresistible your Don. Your poems, the women that you wrote poems to. Or nasa wala mong sugot sa imong balak?
Tanan sila wala mong sugot. Sa pagkukuya na itong high school pa ko. Mapalat love letter so wa man mo sugot. Nya katong dinala ko sa college yun ako ipanguyaban nga ako may padalhan mo sa mga mugbo nga poem sana. Wa man epic, wa epic.
Wait, effect. Very effective ang poem alone. So,
dunay usa nga kuan murag ang nakaapekto sa iyang pagka kuan sa ko ang akong nabasahan yang poem nako pero ug ko mag-inaptik di ko kuya ko niya. Kinahanglan yun aptik pas kilat.
Uptake pa sila. You do not, you, dili mapasugot by poem alone. So, the relationship does not, you do not live by bread alone, by poem alone. You also need ka-uptake. Kinamot yun ko, no? Ingon si Don, nakay poem na unya. Nakay erotic poem Don, yung basahan doon niya about kinamot.
Ambot lang ka og erotic man eh.
So we have a comment from our audience from Zamboanga, Ian Stephen Ma from the National Quincentennial Committee page. Ha ha ha, very interesting topic. Thank you very much. So thank you very much, Nordon. So we would now like to ask have again our millennial poets, Jay Anton, may we have them. So I was asking Jay Anton yesterday, regarding if he was writing poems for Jay for her to para sugton siya, to accept him, and then for them to be together. So there was something you told me yesterday that you said about ang mga balakero kay kusog mangatik. So, what did ba you told us something about that yesterday? Nga kusog kuno mangatik ang mga magbabalak don. Oy Neng, tinuod na Neng, the wife of Adonis. So, kanang kusog kuno mangatik ang mga magbabalak. Unsa dayton? Imong feeling kusog yun mangatik ang mga magbabalak, ang mga balakero, mga poets?
Kung nauman pa to ang kuan ako, ang akong hisgutanan gapon, murag ingon ana kung ibati kada kon murag matagigayon nga magkon gusto ko yami ni Jay. So kanang sanang sa higayon nga murag mo kon kay kon man ni si Jay is a kon very kon grabe ka skeptic. It needs kon gid convincing nga muna nga ang noon pas abtik pa sa kilat nga among koan pero matag adlaw sa among panag-uban is a kon kay every day is a convincing. Every day gid ko panguyab para lang gyud painumdum niya nga kuan basta mo na.
So every day you convince her that you are not attic. So your love for her is not attic lang. So for every day tinuod gyud dili. It's not, napay attic sa Tagalog? Wala, no? Wala, ang saan ang attic sa, napay attic sa Tagalog?
Bola?
Pambobola. So every day you prove to her that you are not mambobola, but that your love is really true. So Caron, we would like to ask Jay Anton if is it easy to write poems when you are heartbroken, or is it do you write poems when you get when you are hurt or when you are heartbroken? Kisa may matubag ani una.
You go first?
Ika.
Lang.
Ako na sad? Sige. Kuan. Kung i-subtat ko ng pangutana literally kuan. Dili labi na kanang kuan kanang bag-o pa gyud kay kuan murag adagan man gyud matuo sa kanang kuan bitaw sa saying nagikan kang William Wordsworth kuno nga ang poetry is the spontaneous overflow of powerful feeling. So naay kanang understanding nga ang poetry is purely feelings nga na pero say makalimot ta og kanang kuan bitaw nga basahon ang entire quote nga it take that poetry is the spontaneous overflow of powerful feeling. It takes its origin from emotion recollected in tranquility. So kung pag-abot sa context sa heartbreak niya, bago pa ipaagi sa hilak, paaging tagay, panghupaw, o depende sa unsa kakakuan. And then para nako kay pag-abot sa poetry, siguro hinungdan kay kuan, pero pag-abot na dayon sa magbabasa, everything is it's mostly work, puros trabaho. In other words, kaagi nagpipila ka revision. Yan ana.
Yeah.
So
Sige, Jay.
so kato.
Okay, so kana I would agree nga kung diha dayon like kana if feels an imong emotions, so dili diha dayon makasuwat ka kay at the end of the day kana emotions demand to be felt. So diha nahigayon nga heartbroken pa ka, dili siya sayo magsuwat kay kasi hindi pa gani kuno ka kabangon. Pero ako kasuya na kanang kasi kung heartbroken ka di pa kabangon, di ka kaligo. So ano pagsuwat. So kana kuan sa kanang ihilak sa diag maayo niya. Kanang ligid sa das kanal sa hubog ka, pero at the end of the day you have to write, eventually you will have to write sober kanang imo balikan ba. So kato tungingon ni Ton ganina na dili diha dayon nga heartbroken ka, kun dili ang tension siguro nga mahatag the moment na heartbroken ka or sa kana nga particular feeling or emotion mo na imong usa sa imong magamit kung ganan ka mosuwat, pero kana ang disiplina man jud daw ang pagsuwat, so balikan gid nimo nga dili na siya hubog paminawon nga wala ka nga murag kana.
So now we would like you to read. We would request you to read your points when you were hurt and when you were heartbroken. So I've seen here that because of course it's a long distance relationship, so there is already 𝗵𝗃𝗃𝗃 ang inyong pagkita. and then you part, and then Ton goes or Jay goes to another island. So you have these poems about when you leave each other because you have to. It's a long distance relationship. It's a heartbreak every time he or she goes away. So kaya I can say mo basa og una sa balak sa pagkabuak sa kasing-kasing kay milakaw siya.
Sige ako la una Ton. Sige,
Sige.
panamilit. Sige, panamilit. Ilawom sa gagilak nga kawanangan, nagkinto kong mitaak sa ganghaan, sa pagpahanan sa lagindingan. Daw naglikay nga matunok, sa nangakupog nga kabhang sa kahawang sa dalikyat ang panag-uban. Apan, sa padayon akong pagtikang paingon sa paabutanan, halit mibugtaw ang akong abaga, ng imong ulo na hiluna, sa milabayng gabiing naniid ta, sa pagpanglupad sa mga tanghaga. Ilawom sa nagbanig nga hulga sa pag-inusara. Naminhod ang kaniadtong hawang kong dughan, sama sa kabhang sa gihulmigas nga saang. Nga karon sa imong kabalaka, gibalikusan. Giduyugan sa mga sonata sa mga inagulo, hagawhaw ug pagpanghupaw, nga 𝗏𝗃𝗀𝗀𝗍𝗏 sa danguyngoy, sa nangamig nga huyuhoy.
Yay. Makahilak ta adto ba? Makahilak ta adto. Sige, Ton.
Sige, kuan. Samtang kang Jay, panamilit kani kay kuan. Title ni is Human sa imong pagduaw. Human sa imong pagduaw. Dinhi sa akong kwarto, nihigda ko sa higdaanan nga imong gitulgan. Nagpabukot lang sa habol nga nagbukot kanimo sama sa pagdakos. Naniid sa punda kung doon na ba'y nabiling hibda sa imong buhok. Maura. Nabatian ko ang imong hapuhap sa imong hunghong diha sa tayhop sa kaadlawon. Pagpiyong, nabati ko ang kaluag sa higdaanan. Hawan pa sa kahawang nining kwarto.
Yay. Na-feel kaayo na ako inyong kuan, longing for each other. So it's a heartbreak when when she left, and then so the room was empty. Do you feel the emptiness? You feel her embrace with just the blanket. And then you tried to recreate her hugs with the blanket in your bed. So nag-goosebumps ko or tungo gitugnaw ko. Gitugnaw. So the feel gid ako. I always have goosebumps when I feel something. So murag si Kuan Don si Neneng, she told me she had goosebumps and she was really felt when she heard that song, that the lyrics of the song that I wrote about paglangyaw, about being away from each other. And then so I guess she also remembered you with that song. She said she really had goosebumps. So now I have goosebumps with the exchange of poems about being without the one you love with Jay and Ton. So thank you, Jay. Sige, Dons.
Agripina, medyo weirdan ko jutay sa imo ba kung makiligon day ka manglimbawt imong balhibo.
Yes, yes. Even when I watch the children, even the 𝗵𝗃𝗃𝗃𝗀𝗃 play, when I watch the children perform very well and sing very well, the songs about love of country and love for someone, and then I have goosebumps and I see the 𝗏𝗏𝗃𝗃 youth perform in the 𝗵𝗃𝗃𝗃 play. I really have goosebumps and I really feel their emotion, and so mo ano di ay weird ay ng goosebumps di ay. So when do you feel goosebumps ay Don? Adonis? You don't
Kung
feel
mahal
goosebumps? Wala. Kung mangihi ko do.
kasi adlok ka or makuyawan ka.
Kung kuyawan, when you get scared, you get goosebumps. So so next we have this. We have actually comments from our audience. So we have this comment from Benedict Tagok, nindot Sir Tom. So nindot Sir Tom and heart. Ton ni siya. So kining si Carl was saying something. Carl Mentua says, believe ko atong tiun sa balak ni your mic. Gitiunan og balak, di ba si Arlene said, gitiunan ko balak. There is a comment also for Don Pagusara, imong imaginon nga di nagyud kinahanglan og pangamot ni your Don Pagusara. Di ba? Your Don says kinahanglan kinamot dili enough ang balak. So thank you Jay, Anton, for sharing your heartbreak poems, and then so we would now like to ask to get again to ask Don. Adonis, you will be asking Mike and Arlene.
Mike, Arlene, ibalik na to si Mike ug Arlene.
Nothing heartbreak.
Wala ko heartbreak ka form.
Wala
Wala ko heartbreak ka form.
Heartstrong siya, heartstrong.
Wala
Kinaw na to kung sa heartbreak.
si Arlene, wala ni heartbreak kani si Mike daghan ni heartbreak poem.
Ang akong heartbreak poem actually has a political context. So pwede na nato isigway sa padong sa political poem poetry.
Oh, later na lang na imong political poem, but
So
you don't have any heartbreak poem. And you told me when we had a rehearsal, di ba, you told us that heartbreaks is not just about breaking up with someone. So you get
yes.
heartbreak. When you did not meet Arlene yet, you said, di ba nga, you get heartbroken when you court someone and she already becomes your girlfriend and you realize and you regretted being asking her. So that's not Arlene, that's before Arlene. Nagmahay ka, nga gano'ng gipanguyaban malinakot siya, sakit, heartbroken ka because you regretted courting someone that you realize ka, nganong giuyab malinako, wala lang tanako ni paguyabi, lisod ka kay pagbuwag.
Tagam.
Tagam sige panguyab. No na heartbroken ka kay you regretted courting someone nga you realize nga
Yeah,
dili
yeah.
day usa.
I think ako yung mga balak ingana but wala ko
Siya
pa prepare. I think in my first book, wag na yung mga ingana nga mga balak.
Sige. Thank you, Mike and Arlene. So now we would like to ask our veteran poet, the the poet who is very controversial right now because he has a work that was considered as subversive. That is now it is considered as subversive. Don Pagosara, and his work is May Hadlang ang Umaga. It's in Tagalog, and I read it just this morning, an excerpt of it. So it's about, we will talk about that later. So, kanang New Dawn, we would like to ask you, to our audience, we ask you if you have questions, you can already write your questions. So for the on-site audience, you can write your questions also at the comment section of our Facebook Live. But for the others, you can also ask your questions later here in our venue. So we have this question for Don Pagosara regarding what sets apart. So how do you describe what characterizes a Visaya love poem? So what sets apart the Visaya love poem? How is it different from poems from other regions? Is there a unique is there something unique in the Bisaya poem or same ra?
Siguro pag the use of conventions or devices parehara, no? But ang kanimong kung pinulungan or this language that you are born to, pwerte mo kuning it's very, what do you call it? It's your soul. Kalag na nimo. Di ka makaingon nga imong kalag in English o ang imong yung kalag ang imong yung kagaling yung sinultihan kay sukat pag sa pagkakita nimo makahayag imo na nang naamguhan na ang imong pag-uha dili man pareho sa inuhahan sa Amerikano nga in English ang imong gamiton pag-uha kung masakitan ka di man ka mo out ambot lang kanang mga first language nila nga mga mo agay mang yugaw arayan na agarayan na agroy no? Busa ang mga poems nga binisaya gisulat og mga Bisaya mismo matinud-anon gyud na kayo. Dili na matawag nimo nga kanang fake pa niyang kuan niya ang iyang kuan dinhi ang gibati dito ang iyang kuan ang iyang device na kuan yun na inugkat yun na sa kinladmang suok sa imong subjectivity sa imong kuan kagaling yung imong kinladman. Wa gyud na lipod-lipod na panit niya panang maggamit ang mga pulong kuan igo gyud na kayo sa imong experience sa imong kanang imong kasinatian puti yung igo maglisod na ka na pag in-English na nimo murag di man ni mao akong gibati busa kanang kuan kanang binisaya nga poem o balak mo ginaang kalag naagi diha ang kalag sa mga sa nagsulat nga Bisaya dili mo na maingon nga ang kuan man ni kuan man niya o inatik-atik man niya. Kung musulat kag poem in English, siguro na ang atik-atik. Pero binisaya na yung imong kuan gamiton nimo sa imong balak kuan yun na dulot yun na sa bukog ngadto sa bunmaro pa o kanini ang kuan di na bukog ngadto sa unod sa bukog ang gitawag natong kuan na kanang ang tawag nato ng bunmaro sa binisaya kanang
Uyok.
Uyok.
Kinauyukan nga parte sa mong
Pero nakoy pangutana nimo Nyorba, ang sa imong pagsuwat kanang I know nga trilingual ka pero ang kasagaran nga akong nabasahan sa imo basta nga balak ang mga balak kay Bisaya gid siya nga murag kung sa imuhang mga play kay Tagalog kanang unsa man ang decision gina nimo nga basta balak kanang suwaton nimo og og binisaya, or ang balak mismo ang nitawag sa imo nga suwat ako sa kani nga lengguwahe, dili ani nga lengguwahe? Unsa imong experience ana?
Ang kana man kung makasulat mo, no?
Mhm.
Depende man ako sa experience mismo nga imong gustong ilahad dito sa imong teksto. Pananglitan na ay mga pagbati ni mga gibase sa kasinian nga kinwanggol o kanang murag kanang imong experience nga kanang gani nang binugoy kaayo, mas nindot na isulat nimo sa Visaya ana. Yun imong ko gani kuan panlitan mo yung ko nga ay makadungog kag kanta o awit sa imong kabarkada yung kalibutan tuloy daganan duha sa bugdughan usa sa bugan. Bisura na in English na sulat mo in English kadungog ka na nga nalipay ka murag na nahimuot kay ka na nga praise na nga binsay nga nadunggan nimo. So mo nang naa nga kasi kung naakay mga kasinatian o sa lagmit ang imong kasinatian gumikan sa imong pagbagdoy-bagdoy o gumikan sa imong pagrelasyon communicate sa ubang tao o gumikan sa imong relation o social affairs ba diha. Kuan gyud na binisaya gyud na ang mga eksperyensya. Wala pa ko kuan og kanang in English nga experience sa in English experience kana sa sulsul sa classroom.
Thank you. Daghang salamat, Nyor Don. Si Don Pagosara says when you write in Visaya, it's really dot sa bukog. It's your soul. It reaches up your kanang the deepest of your soul. So kanang tidud-anay gyud. So, but of course, Adonis says, Nyor Don Pagosara also writes his plays in Tagalog, and he also writes in English. So, thank you, Nyor Don. So, we would now like also, Don, we would ask, I guess, our Gen X couple regarding this. May we
Idungan
have,
na siguro nato sila
sila
Agripina.
tanan.
Sila
We
tanan.
have Jay, Ton, Mike, and Arlene. So while we are preparing for them to be on screen, I would like to, one of our audience who is at the National Quincentennial Committee page, who is from Zamboanga, once shares his instant poem. He got inspired with this discussion, with these conversations and poetry reading, and he made an instant balak. And then I would like to read his instant balak. Balak bunga ning paghilak, uban sa gasidlak, nga daw diamanting luha nga nibaha. Nga nibuhagay samtang nagtakadugay na kong pagpatalinghog sa inyong mga balak, nga mo'y hinungdan sa akong paghilak. Nakahilak siya sa inyong mga balak. Thank you, Ian. Ian Stephen, ma'am, the audience here is giving you an applause for instant balak. And Ian says, it's hard to do instant balak. Balak bunga ning paghilak, tungod pagpatalinghog sa inyong balak, may hinungdan sa akong paghilak. Ay sus, mao na, kamo nakaingon, nakahilak si Ian, si Stephen, inyong mga balak. Nibaha iyang luha. So, sige, Don.
So, murag same pangutana sa kang Sir Don Pagosara. So, para ni either kinsay ganahan mo tubag ani. So, unsa may quality sa Bisaya poem kaha nga murag lahi kung kumpara nabay kalahian.
I think mas tabagod as magbabala. Ang una nimong konsiderasyon para kang kinsam ning balaka. So og na kay nga awareness palitan ganahan ko nga ang mabasa na ko Bisaya. So mas mo choose ko bilingual man ko nga writer no nagsuwat ko mga English pero naay mga butang nga mas immediate ganahan ko immediate nga response nga na ko specific audience nga ganahan mobasa ana nga balak. So mo na akong tuyo mo suwat kog Bisaya. So and it turns out lately nga mas daghan kog balak nga ang concern ako manabag ganahan ko nga magbasahon ko sa Bisaya nga magbabasa. So mo na nga decide ko nga okay, what better language, what better medium than through that mother tongue. So
Sige. Thank you, Mike. So, does Arlene want to say anything regarding the Bisaya poetry as compared to other poems in other language?
Di para nako mas lahi ang epekto ba kung ako mo basa nya Bisaya murag mas ma-feel nako nga ang buti pa sabot ana nga poem kaysa English, no? Kaysa English kay mao may ato ang unang pinulungan. So para nako mas lami gyud patalinghugan og lami kana bang tagamtamon ang kuan ang Binisaya.
So, mas lami ang Bisaya.
Okay.
Mo tinuod gyud na mas lami ang Bisaya. Basta Bisaya lami.
Basta Bisaya lami tagamtamon niya.
Mas lami tagamtamon basta Bisaya. Basta Bisaya lami. So how about Jay Anton?
Kuan mobalik gyapon siya sa kung unsay komportable sa akong dila ug sa akong dunggan. So for example, moingon ko apan sa pagsinggit mo og amping higala na disgrasya hinuon ang akong kasing-kasing. Kung ining lesson siya, lahi naman siya. So mo na ang kung depende sa imong dunggan, depende sa imong dila. So para nako Bisaya yun. Ganun yun.
Pag sa to Jay, pag amping nako sa akong na disgrasya akong kasing-kasing.
Apan sa pagsinggit mo og amping higala na disgrasya hinuon ang akong kasing-kasing.
Pagsinggit ko og amping na disgrasya ang akong kasing-kasing.
Na disgrasya hinuon ang akong
kasing-kasing. Take care, but then mo na disgrasya na noon imbis giingnog amping pag-ingon nga pagsulti sa imo amping pag-ingon niya amping nawa na digsa no nimong kasing-kasing noon. Na disgrasya no nimong kasing-kasing pag gisinggitan kag amping. Sige, so Ton.
Sige, kuan man. Nothing kuan. Wa kayo nothing very insightful gawa sa kuan lang. Siguro kung mabalik ko sa akong kuan kung sinugdanan sa pinulungan kay sa karon kung gusto ko mo kapasar sa klase or gusto ko mo apply trabaho, gin-English ko. Pero kung gusto ko magpurol, gusto ko mag-shorts, gusto ko magkuan lang to be myself, nga ako lang Binisaya ko. Ana ra. Yun na, murag kuan bitaw, murag nagsungog sa kuan para na ako usad kay kung pag-abot sa kanang kuan sa itandi sa kuan sa expression sa Binisaya o sa ubang pang language. Mubalik ko sa kaning kuan. Tistingon ko na gubad sa in English ang kaning kuan kaning panaway nga imong naong murag giligsan og pisod. Murag wa man gi mas kuan pa. May mas kuan kung kana madunggan ninyo sa mga bata magsungog, mangantsaw, ana igo na pero kung kuan ako sa English murag corny man. Unsa ba?
Okay,
feel at home.
Mas authentic.
With Bisaya.
Mas authentic.
Sige. Thank you. Daghang salamat Mike, Arlene, Jay, og Ton. So we have also this comment from our audience, Jenny Narciso, who says, "It sounds undeniably authentic when you express our inner turmoils in Cebuano language." So parang niya, mas tinud-anay gyud, mas authentic. Pero nag-in-English siya ha. It sounds undeniably authentic when you express our inner turmoils in Cebuano language. So, ikaw Adonis. So now Adonis, it's your turn to tell us what sets apart or unsay nakalahi sa Bisaya nga balak.
Actually wala man gyud kalahian sa uban kay kung mga natang authentic ang atong Bisaya kay Bisaya man ta. So kung naapod dihay mga Tagalog nga mo kuan magsuwat sa Tagalog, authentic pod ang ilang feeling. So para sa ko wa gid siya kalahian pero ang kuan lang diha nga ang kung imuhang balak intended na sa imong audience nga Bisaya, mas lami gyud nga imong language is Bisaya gyud mga na ba.
But Adonis, I remember that you told us in the past, like
Mhm.
last year, when we launched your book, Ang Nakayatak Kay Nayatakan. So I remember nga there is a characteristic or a feature or a description of the hit Bisaya songs or Bisaya poems are really those songs and poems which are humorous. Like when you hear when you or satire. So I was telling Adonis a few days ago that I read this post in Facebook that says Filipinos don't like satire. But we would say, not the Bisaya. The Bisaya always love satire. Like when you say, imong naong naligsan og pison. So we like it. It has imagery. Your face is run over by a usa ganang pison sa in English. Di ta kabawog pison. Unsa lang pison sa in English? Grader? Dili uy grader. Grader ng pison. Oh, kana lang pag kanang para pa level sa dalan. Pison, grader na. So, ang imong naong giligsan og pison. So, dire ang nakayatak kay nayatakan ang then when your tongue missed it, would miss the words ang nakayatak kay nakayatan. And then this would be very funny for us. So when it's become sexually suggestive and it's humorous, it's really Bisaya. So unsa Dons? So not just really the language that makes it authentic. Bisaya, we always like kanang katawanan, di ba? Satire and
Di mo bitaw nga murag kuan ni siya medyo kung ako ni isulti controversial jud tay lawin sa writer para sa ko kanang matawag nako ang usa ka tawo nga Cebuano gyud nga magbabalak kung naa gid siya masuwat nga usa ka humorous poem at least sa iyang kinabuhi. Kay mao man gyud nature nato nga Bisaya ta. In fact, based akong experience like lain-lain ako nga nasod nga napuy-an niya. Nakimit kog mga lain-lain sang Pilipino gikan sa laing parte sa atong nasod. Usa gyud makibaw gyud ka nga kanang tapuka diha mga Bisaya kay mga sabaan, mga kanang sigilag katawa, sigilag bungis-ngis. It's our kuan gyud kun murag ato agyan ng kultura sa Bisaya nga kuanta, murag yaga-yagaon.
Yaga-yagaon. So, Benedict Tagok says, lahi ra gyud basta Bisaya. Si Ferdinand says, nisyagit siyag amping tungod iyang nakita niya ang panghitabo miresulta sa iyang pagka-aksidente. And then, nindot gyud musulat basta atong kaugalingong dila dot sa bukog ang pinlungang Bisaya. So now we have discussed and we have read poems on love for someone. So now we would now go into the poems about love for our motherland, love of country. So this is a prelude to our discussion of erotic poems. After we discuss the love of country, we would go to the climax of our poetry reading and conversations about love about sex. Love about sex. Love poems about sex. Sorry. Poems about sex. So may we call our Adonis. So we have Don Pagasara.
Isa man eh.
So Adonis.
Patriotic poem.
Patriotic poem ta. So pangutana Nyor, sa may mga importanteng characteristic sa kanang tawgon nato patriotic poems in the colonial period. Kanang pareha ba ng patriotic poems og protest poem? Pareha ba na siya or political poems?
O depende kung ang imuhang pagprotesta gumikan sa imuhang pagtan-aw nga gidagmala na ang katawhan pananita na sa Mahimutang na gugma lang sa katawhan, gugma lang sa nasod man na kay di man to kaingon nga ang kanang kasagaran mo mingon kag nasod abstrakto nga termino nasod apan wa nato i-add to dahil sa nga ang katawhan mao ang labing kuan pasabot niya ng iyong nasod no. Wala ang katawhan kinsa mo mubati o kasakit kinsa may pati unog kana na pangdagdaog panghimulos. Yung mga kahoy lang niya mga bungtod mga kuan oo mo na ang background sa kuan sa singkasing sa katawhan. So ang patriotic poem nga usahay ano itong panahon sa colonial period ba?
Colonial or Spanish period, American period. Oh.
Nga nagsukad sa kalihukang pangkatawhan o people's movement aron sa pag-angkon o sa katinungbanon nga kalingkawasan, pananglitan kalingkawasan gikan sa panghimulos o pangdaog-daog patriotic butan na nimo patriotic poem. Kung kana na kusog kay ng pagbatian itong panahon nilang Andres Bonifacio. Kay lalo man kag 300 years, imagine nimo 10 years lugan mga ganun kayo niya 300 years mo na nagkaunsa-unsa ng taon ng atong mga psychologist mga Pilipino gumikan na ang colonial experience nato. So kana na kuan kay na lawom kay na kuan na ang hinukaran kana na ang patriotic point sa panahon sa colonial period. Busa man gani nga dunay nakapatay og colonial gobernador kato si Dato Mangulayon no. Gipatay niya si Edward Bolton sa Governor of Cebu. Niya katong gihimon na ni Andres Bonifacio yung mga uban pang mga katipuneros nga alawom kay na nga kuan unya iyahan ang suksok kanang iyahang kasing-kasing din siya yung kanta nga pag-ibig sa tinubuang lupa dako kay nagipikto na ang iyang kantahan na mukanta ko anang lahi ang akong bation sa pagkanta lang og ordinary love song pag-ibig sa tinubuang lupa. So kung kaya na powerful kaya na nga kung makagahong yamot kaya na ang gugma sa natawhang yuta kaya ng panahon sa colonial period. Murag lahi na gani sa ambot lang kung kaya ang sukod sa kabililho niya na og sa karon pero sa akong tanaw murag mao man pero kuan lang gani adto lang kuan gyud nang gikan gyud sa kanang kasakit o kang kuan ba nang dugay kay nga pagkatidlong sa kasakit nga colonial period nga 300 years sa punan pag American period aguro mo na ang kuan ang karakter mo na ang kuan jud na ang masulti na kumitungod sa itong kuan colonial patriotic poem panahon sa colonial period.
So, Nurdon, would you like to read a poem from that period?
Colonial period. Katong gibasan ko kanay kang Padriga. Pero kang ako makakit kuan mo to di. Oo. Pura man gusto kuan duna unta ko nabasahan katong kang Boyser ninduta unta atong mapuy mo. Unsaon na wala ang kopya dere?
Kinsa ning Thorns and Barbs of Thought?
Kuan man na panahon naman na sa ako pagka bilanggo man na.
So sa martial law period na ni. So this is not. So you have not prepared a poem during the colonial period.
Wala ako.
Ako na lang mo basa og excerpt. So thank you Nurdon for Don Pagusara, the poem by Andres Bonifacio, Pag-ibig sa Tinubuang Lupa is a very powerful poem. It's a love of country. It says, buhay. What is your favorite line in that song? Pag-ibig pa ang hihigit kaya, gaya ng pag-ibig sa tinubuang lupa, wala nang wala. Buhay may abuting magkalagot-lagot. I can remember that line. Dugo, yaman, dunong, katiis at pagod, buhay may abuting magkalagot-lagot. So everything you offer, your knowledge, your wisdom, everything You offer it for the country, for the motherland. So that's what inspired Don and inspires him until today. Daghang
Kan gusto,
salamat.
nindot na ba na kaya ng ginagkantahon?
Yes. So now we would like to share with you this an excerpt of a poem. So we have this Manggugubot in 1898. So we have this revolutionary in Cebu, a Manggugubot, a member of the Cebu Katipunan, who was one of those who reproduced the anting-anting vestidora. You would see some staff here at Pamgras using the a replica of the amulet, the vestidora. And then Francisco Maria Labrador was one of those who reproduced that amulet. And then he has a poem in 1913. It is published in Ang Mga Cebuanong Balak, but that book is now out of print. There is an English translation, but we were only able to the book was sold, unfortunately. So we don't have a copy anymore at our basahanan. So we were able to copy or to encode some 2 or 3 of the poems in that collection. So I would like to read to you an excerpt of this poem by a Katipunero in Cebu, Francisco Maria Labrador, who fought against the Spaniards and who also fought against the Americans. And the title of the poem is Alang sa Nangapukan sa Kagabion, for those who perished in the night, for those who fell in the night, or those who perished in the night. So one stanza in that long poem. Usa ka adlaw kadtong bililhon, labing bulahan, sa kang tupas og lapu-lapu nga kaliwat, sa kadalanan sa sugbo, gipugas ni Leon Kilat, ang binhi sa dugo nga namulak sa kagawasan. Ay, balik. Usa ka adlaw katong bililhon, labing bulahan, sa kang tupas og lapu-lapu nga mga kaliwat, sa kadalanan sa sugbo gipugas ni Leon Kilat, ang binhi sa dugo nga namulak sa kagawasan. Very talented atong mga Katipunero. Yes. They fight, they love, and they visual artist, si Francisco Maria Labrador. He can draw, he reproduced, he was into printmaking, they reproduced the vestidora, the amulets with the religious symbols to protect the revolutionaries in the battle of 𝗟𝗃𝗄𝗃 and also in the battles against the Spaniards. So if you would roughly translate this, it was a day it was a precious day, a blessed day for the descendants of Tupas and Lapu-Lapu. In the streets of Cebu, Leon Kilat sowed the seeds of blood that blossomed into freedom. So, grabe, believe kita sa atong mga katigulagan. Mga kamao mo, makig-away, kamausad mo balak. So that is one of the poems in the colonial period. You have more actually works by, of course, from Vicente Soto. We have his book here at Pamgras. He had also plays at the Teatro Hongkera. So now we would call again Don Pagosara for his protest poetry. So moambak ta. So he was saying that he wrote most of his works when he was in prison and when he was fighting against for the country against dictatorship. So it's regarding protest. He wrote many protest poetry in the movement for social change. So in the tradition of our heroes who wrote about love of country, like Francisco Maria Labrador. So we would like to ask Don Pagosara regarding protest poetry. So how do the poets write these political poems, these poems about love of country, and your experience in writing these poems?
Okay. Kanitong panahon sa akong pagkabilanggo dito sa komunitasyon, mo to ang period yun nga daghan kog na pansulat nga mga poems ug mga kanta Wa kani ko kasulat pa to kuan mga short story gyud. Pag yung poem katog yung kuan. Nag-appreciate ako. Unya example diri sa kuan mga tunog ug kagingking sa una-una. Panahon na niya itong kuan kung pagka-appreciate. Mibangon ako taliwala sa mga tunog ug kagingking sa una-una. Na mao'y nagligon sa gambalay sa akong pagtuo ug nagbugkos sa mga tukog sa akong kabubuton. Milugwa ako og mikamang gikan sa mga samad sa katuigan ug gisubay ang dalandalan nga may nangigdal nga mga luha ning kapanahonan sa mga gubat ug kausaban. Sagad hibatian ko mga tiyabaw gisapang ngadto sa kagabhion. Putol naman. Kapidaan kalibong mga dilang nagambahan aron abugon ang mga ninong nagpauraray sa kangitngit. Ug ako mibarog diin ang mga suwab sa pulong labing malantip. Diin ang mga paglaom nakigpinahitay sa mga bangkil sa kangitngit. Mibarog ako og gitundog sa kalayo sa damgo ang akong mga kasakit.
Yay. So actually, there is in an English translation of that. So that was the and then is this the translation of that? The last part. And I stand where the blades of words are most sharp, where hopes clash bitingly against the fangs of dark. I stand and soak my pains in flames of dreams. No? Thousand tongues in chorus to drive away the shadows nestled in comfort in the dark, and I stand where the blades of words are most sharp, where hopes clash bitingly against the fangs of dark. I stand and soak my pains in the flames of dreams. So kaya ikaw nag-translate sa dana Don into English. Visaya nga pala. Ma-feel malagi gihapon nato even if it's in English. We can still feel it.
Paninguha gyud.
Basta nindot gyud pagkasulat. In any language, nindot gyud. Bisan ang mga poem ni Adonis, di ba? It's always translated into English, and then it depends on the one who translated it kung poetic sad. So now we would like to ask Adonis. So he said about he read to us his poem during the martial law period. So we would like to ask him also regarding after the martial law, the post. Do you also have patriotic poems after the martial law that you would like to read to us?
Okay, nitong panahon na ni kuan daghan kog mga poem ginasulat na every administration dunay collection niya. Panahon ni Pure, panahon ni Irap, panahon ni Ramos, panahon ni Digong, panahon ni Durian. Naara sila yung mga poem sa sulat niya. Kini panahon ni sa
Marawi.
Kuan na ang mga now o kaning post ML patriotic poem panahon sa atong concept.
So you have this poem. Is this your poem? I hear you cry, Marawi.
Oh, nabati ko.
So kini na lang.
Imong tiyabaw.
Excerpt lang ani kay taas man ni kaayo.
Mo lagi.
Asa man dapit imong basahon ani? Ay.
Kani siguro. Oh, sige.
Sige. Go.
Nabati kong imong tiyabaw, Marawi, ug gigisi ang kalinaw sa akong balatian. Sa dili maisip nga kaluoy ug kaligutgut samtang mibalod sa akong mga dalunggan sa gunson nga tunog sa nahagsang mga lawas. Sa babae lalaki, batag tigulang og masuso, ginagbasag mga balang nagbaga ug kamabudhion. Nabati ko ang imong tiyabaw, Marawi, dahunog sa mga gunob nga mga dakbalay, iwatas-watas sa nagkalayo ang mga batong gipangitlog sa mga asirong langgam sa kalangitan. Nagdahunog daw dalugdog o lipak sa kahitasan, naglagiti ang nga mga dila ug aso sa kalayong ginauling bisan unsang nagbarog, balay man, kahoy o poste. Kana na lang.
Yay. Maayo kaayo nga imagery, no? We really feel the war in Marawi with this poem. So this is the last part. Yes, I hear you cry, Marawi, in the moans of pain and supplications that float on the rapids of rivers and streams, profuse overflow of blood and tears from the historic lake, crying calls long damned in the lips of history, narratives of undying struggles for freedom, sovereignty, equality, justice, and peace. So wala ang last na part sa iyang point. So thank you, Don, for sharing with us your poem. And then we would now like to call Mike for his political poem, his patriotic poem that he also already mentioned about this.
Yeah. So this is like uh, a love poem as a political poem as well. So na-explain ako to ang context no nga dito may magkita-kita sa Redemptorist and all that stuff. So and also Redemptorist is also momento siya ang simbahan ni Father Rudy Romano nga gidagit, di ba? So mao ni siya ang idea ani nga balak na murag every act of love is an act of vigilance. So di po nimo ma-separate ang lover sa social context kung unsay culture of oppression or culture of death, sooner or later, mabati po na sa naghigugma. So the context itself is a threat sa act of love. So, mao niya nga akong balak nga pagtukaw nga hagit sa hinigugma nga tigsimba sa Redemptorist. Alang usab kang Father Rudy Romano nga pabiling nahanaw sukad paniadtong 1985. Actually, ang linya dyan, okay, kaba na siya, Villanil man eh. Okay, basahan ako. Kaputo nato og tiltilon ang taya sa lingganay. Bisag kapyutan og lawa-lawa ang atong dunggan, dili ta pabitik sa puthaw nga labyog sa kalaay. Kumkumo nato ang aso sa mga kandilang nalanay og patasan ang pabilo, atong isumpay sa ulan. Kaputo nato og tiltilon ang taya sa lingganay. Tikatan nato ang udtong tutok nga gadalit og lumay nga huyab, mahupas ra dayon kun atong luwaan. Dili ta pabitik sa puthaw nga labyog sa kalaay. Kuskuso nato ang lumot sa pisi nga haom itugway sa kilat nga amang gasibsib diha sa kasadpan. Kabuto nato og tiltilon ang taya sa lingganay. Puniton, tapukon nato ang mga tipak sa gisalikway nga mga ribulto aron ilubong diha sa ludhanan. Dili ta pabitik sa puthaw nga labyog sa kalaay. Duyugan nato ang uwang sa tingtakdol, subay sa kauhaw, sa tuktugaok, tadlas sa sidlakan. Kabuto nato og tiltilon ang taya sa lingganay. Dili ta pabitik sa puthaw nga labyog sa kalaay.
Yeah. Dili ta pabitik sa puthaw nga labyog sa kalaay. So daghang salamat. So you have to read. Asa na nga in which book is it printed?
So appeal ni siya sa ikatulo na ko nga kuan, ikatulo na ko nga collection nga wala pa ma-publish pero gikuan pag gi-translate pa rin ako siya. So sa ikakuan ni sa ikatulo nga collection. So puhon diha sa
puhon. So thank you Mike and Arlene. So we would now like to have Jay and Ton for their if they have political or excerpts of their political and patriotic poems. Alas 12 na, hapit na lang, ting paniudto na rabo. Mag-serve na tag paniudto diri atong audience kay pagkaon lang mo din ha while you are inyong isumsum lang ninyo ang balak while you are eating your lunch. Asa man itong lunch diri? so we will have who would read her or poem first.
Sige mo po raman ni. Sige, usa ka gabi sa Maravilla. So marag kana sad magduwa ka sa kanang emancipatory nga characteristics sad sa usa ka sinuwat. So mo ni nga nasa mga higayon nga makasatog sa maani. So usa ka gabi sa Maravilla. Ihapuhap sa huyuhoy ang akong aping, samtang nagsamsam dinhi sa dagat sa Maravilla, diin gikalawat sa tubig ang dail nga buwan. Nakigsaw lang ko sa dagat sa mga isda nga wala masikop sa pukot sa mga dagkong mananagat. Samtang hubo kong gitugyan ang akong lawas sa kinaiyahan. Igakos kanako ang kaparat. Milutaw lang ko nagisuluban sa kahayag. Ug pati ko ang kagaan. Ingon niini di ay ang kagawasan.
Yay. Sige. Sige, Ton.
Sige, ang kuan lang sad, usa lang sad ka kuan akong basahon. Siguro ari ko sa kuan kaning tubag sa pahasubo sa napanaw nga apologista niya sama sa uluhan itself ang mura siya tubag balak sa usa ka poem mapangitaan na sa kabisdak. Ang title sa poem kay Unta. Di na ako i-mention kinsa ang kuan pang poet. Anyway, pipila na katuig sukad sa paglubong sa imong agalon. Nagkabaga ang uwat sa kahiladman sa iyang mga nabiktima. Walay pulos ang imong mga pahasubo nga walay kalainan sa mga tingog sa konsentidor. Hapdos gyapon ang tunok sa kagahapon. Di maulian og pinulungan nga taman ra sa pahumot-humot samtang nagpabilin sa kaisipan nga gilubong ang tikasan uban sa mga bayani. Tuod kang niob ang gadugdog niya ng lungon. Nanimahog samot ang samaang sa panumduman. Timan-i. Kanang binaligtos sa imong bulatik, igora na ihagbas sa hait nga kamatuoran. Hunaw naa ang hinungdan nga nakalapida ang sungayan, gumikan sa mga nagyango-yango nga bungawon sa kagahapon ug buringog sa kaugmaon. Salamat.
Salamat. Kinahanglan gid ni og English translation ha. Buringog sa kaugmaon, bungawon sa kagahapon. So it says about forgetting the yesterday or the history and those who sana buringog, sana pag-ikuan mo sa buringog sa kaugmaon. Buringog crazy gyapon na ang buringog crazy or kanang deaf no aw kanang nagpabungol ang buringog. Don't listen to the future or sa ba that's not basta mo na siya. So kanang we would like to ask so stay tuned for the erotic poems that they would read in a while, in a few minutes. So we have this one more question for everyone, for Mike, Adonis, and Don. So may we have Adonis and we have Mike and Don. Regarding we have a question for and then Don Pagisara. So we would like to ask Don, Adonis, and Mike regarding what are the challenges in writing patriotic political poems.
So, Juan, si Ninyo doon itong paunahog sa TV.
Muuna, si ikaw, Mike, muuna.
Okay, I was say tingali sa challenge anang patriotic poem, political poem, essentially. Delikado nga usahay makalimtan nato nga ang balak arte siya first and foremost niya. Dahil usahay nga makalimtan na nato nga ang mahog na hinom mga murag propagandistic bitaw ang tono nga mahogtang na ang element of poetry. So wala siya resonance kaayo murag pwede mo siya basahon as kanabitang usa ka layer. Whereas ang balak nga politikanhon nga daghag layers mo invite sa reader nga to read it again. Yan na pong balikan. Kaya may tendency nga sama bitaw sa mga propaganda nga mga linya or mga cliche nga linya. Pwede na siya paminaw niya mulusot ra. So ang effect dili kay duot. So challenge na sa magbabalak nga musuwat og kanang politikan nga balak nga doon na bitay resonance, doon ay kanang kuan ba nuance ba kanang nuance sama sa mga balak sa mga kanta ni Joey Ayala. Mga kanta ni Joey Ayala mga balak siya, but then poetry gid siya nga kuan kanabang political kayo ang mga ang content niya, pero grabe kay siya ganang kuan, grabe kay siya ganang poetry po ang lyricism ba ni Joy Ayala o kang Granada nga mga kanta. So ang the best political poems are first artworks that siya before siya political. So ano yan ya ang usab sa danger na di kay usahay mamisconstrue siya, so mag-create siya kana bitong nay siyempre lalahit na ganang kuan lalahit na ganang politika, lalahit nag stand, posible po nga maka-alienate ang imong balak sa kuan sa imong audience. So challenge siya nga dapat ang imong balak bisag politikanhon siya, bisag di ka mo agree sa politics, but then naigo ka sa iyang pagkaarte sa ulo sa tanan. Mura ba ganang ang hook niya nga it's a work of art first. So bahala na di ka mo agree sa politics. Wala igo na ka.
Sige. Thank you. Daghang salamat, Mike. So it's a work of art first before it becomes even if it's political, it should be a work of art. And so Adonis, what do you think are the challenges in writing political patriotic poems?
Sa gisulti ni Mike kanang 100% agree ko ana nga kanang ang sa kuasad kumusuwat ko og kanang political poem, avoid gyud ko og propaganda, and kanang namang gyud tendency nato nga musuwat ta og political points mo tanang mga isem gani ipagawas. So ako mo avoid gyud ko nga akong i-personalize, murag akong i-feel nga kanang more particular siya ba, dili siya generalistic. Mo-avoid ko kanang mga abstract nga mga words. And ang sa kuasad ang akong as a writer gani ko'y makita nako nga nakasuwat kog political patriotic points, more on ako ang balak kasagaran more on social realist gid nga kuan nga balak niya,
Which is political already.
which is political. And ang ako asad ni try sad ko og kanang inject og humor instead of kanang approaching it in a serious way. Murag ako ang gamiton ang pasiaw ba sa pagsuwat nako aron medyo sagingon pa ni Mike nga insya nga daghag level sa ko ang akong level nga ganahan nga although serious na makakatawa ra gyapon ka maraging ana ba. So
Ganun sakto. I would like to read an excerpt of his, if he would say he did not write any patriotic poem. He has a political poem in the humorous poetry collection of Ang Nakayatak Kay Nayatakan, and then and this is about the airstrike in which part of the world is this, Adonis? The airstrike
Syria.
sa Syria. Og si Dr. 𝗏𝗏𝗆𝗏, katapusang dentista nga nahabilin ng dakbayan sa Ulipon, naligo sa iyang dugo. Pisat, pikas batiis, nangintahay, nangaykay sa 5 ka anak. Kay bisag puok, way bag-ang di maibot. While Dr. 𝗏𝗏𝗆𝗏, the last dentist in this town of Aleppo, bathed in blood, a leg crushed, hope against hope, digs for his 5 children, for even impacted, no molar shall ever be an inextractable. Kuyaw ayo na to, dentist, tagahuman, nangibot kung asaon niya pag-ibot, pagpangita sa iyang mga anak. Dili, bisag unsa ka impacted, maibot yun. Sige, so Don, so this is now kanang kini na gyud ang atong veteran nga poet of political and patriotic poems. He would ask him, so what are the challenges?
Sama atong gisula. Ako agree ko atong mga points nga gi-raise ni Mike hasta kato kang Adonis, no. Sa akong mga karanasan sa pag-study sa within the movement sa people's movement nga involved you are in the thick of the struggle, maglisod yung ka na partiha ka ng pag kung imong itandi sa mga work of art, poems nga patriotic po siya as a work of art, no, nga ma-appreciate sa mga gitawag na to mga artist mismo, especially sa mga poets. Kay mo demand man gyud ang mga artist nga ay sa manay mo. This is, in fact, dunay mga pagsaway sa mga poem sa within mga aktivista, mga gisaway sa mga kritik sa literature and art, mga taga-academe na di man ni atong likay ni poster poem man murag naangga murag kinumo ba nga gires ba na lang nga nahimo nag sa ka cliché sa sa writing sa mga protesters mismo sa mga aktivista. So ako nag-handle mo po ko kanang klase sa classroom sa about art and literature or literature mostly. Kanya nag-conduct po kanang workshop, writers workshop. Daghan nang nipasa na panahon ko nabasa nga mga poem nga about the protests, about mga political poems na about certain incidents nga
Si Adonis.
kung imuha nang ayuhon pagkuan pag tuki, pag-analyze, ang uban murag kulang sa artistry. Pero more sa murag kanang rarara. Gitawag ko kanang murag poster poem, gitawag na mo na poster poem nga nagkuan lang kanang nagsinggit lang og ibagsak. Pero no, mawad ano sayo kanang kuan niya kanang artistic virtue. On the other hand, kung imo pong patasan og maayo ang iyang pangkuan kay mga artist man god, ang challenge man god of an artist, whether you are a literary artist or you are a visual artist or you are a dance artist or whatever, is what we call artistic excellence, no? Kanang hingpit nga pagka mamugnaon o artistiko, maalampat nun nga bertud sa usa ka sa imong trabaho sa imong so kuan yun tension sa usa ka artist. There is a tension between what is more artistic and what is less, and what is more can be considered as propaganda and what is not propaganda.
You're done. I think there is a very big challenge for poets who write political poems or patriotic poems. You haven't mentioned it yet, so do you get banned?
Dili man to point kung akong kuan
So
ban nga libro
tell us
sa
about this, the biggest challenge, or is it a mark of success when you get banned, or is it now another award? Is being banned a reward? Does it mean that you have really arrived as a political or a patriotic poet when you get banned?
I agree. In the first place, that was not a poem, no? Katong that was a play, dula, intended for the stage. Karon, ang kanang katong panghitabo.
Is this your first time to be banned?
Okay, it's about my itong libro, no? Kaya ganitong una na ko pagkakulong, di man to about any writing of mine. It's about my activism, being involved really in the people's movement, protest movement. Kanang nahitabo karon, depende na daghan mo ni congratulate na ko, tingala mo yung congratulations, that's a badge of honor. Pero daghan ako kay balo kung sa epekto ana sa katong mga kontra sa kuan mga protesters, no? Kay naa man po yung mga wa po man ko kabasa og kanang mga pahayag, mga statements nga nag-condemn sa amuha nga we are for subversives. Ang nabasahan nako og sa uban nanay mga 20 statements nga gi-issue sa lain-laing grupo, artist group, writers group, o mga taga-academia and other institutions na nag-condemn niya ng act of red tagging.
Yeah.
So,
yes.
pwede na
your badge of honor. So we have already a question. We have a question from our online audience, Ellen. She is a tour guide, and she asked if can poetry be used as an act of cultural resistance, or is poetry an act? Can poetry be used as in the act of cultural for cultural resistance. Saan na nimo pagtubag?
Naman gani ko ikuan na nasulat nga protest and literature of protest and resistance in the Marcos era. Kana na kuan actually that's a talk and it is about 8 pages also. Ang feature na ko diha mga songs and poetry in the underground propaganda during the martial. Okay, giban man ito sa underground propaganda. Dunay mga newsletters by different organizations nga siyempre involved ko na ang pagsulat og mga poetry o mga essays and songs, no?
Yeah.
So
songs especially.
That was effective during their time, and in the time of TikTok, are poems still effective? So anyway, we will answer. You will answer that question in a while. So now, thank you, Mike, Don. We have now your most awaited part. We are now going to read erotic poems. So the most awaited part of this, gigutom na ta. So giuhaw sad ta. Giuhaw mo wala nang inuman mo tubig, giuhaw na gigutom mo. Pakanon taron og erotic poems. So we will be filled with the eroticism of poems of poetry. So mo na ilang gihulat. Wa gid sila mulakaw kay naghulat sila sa erotic poems. So first we will have do we have Don first, or we have our koan? We have si Don Pagosara. Does he have we have an erotic poem from him? So in English.
I don't know if this is what it can be considered erotic.
Erotic.
But I'm very sure that this is very sensual. It involves a response. Yeah.
If not
Pero kung erotic, ambot kung sa boundary between erotic and sensual. So
Don, are you going to read it in English or in Cebuano?
Cebuano.
Then we would show the English translation. Is this the Eventide chant?
Tulong man ni kabuok ambot ug sa
ako basahon lang kini na lang Eventide chant. Okay, wala naman, time is running out.
Kanin lang mubo.
Kining Eventide chant. Unsa may Bisaya ani?
Saan kaning
Imo ning Eventide chant. Is this yours?
Wala.
Dili niya?
Dili ni ako Kaning kaning Falling Lips Confession. Pagkumpisal sa usa ka dahon na tagat.
Sige.
Ang in English o ang Binisaya?
Ang English na lang pero makasabot itong kuan.
Kanini this is a response to gossips that spreads in the UP Diliman community long time ago. A professor chanced upon a pretty co-ed looking up the oblation statue in UP. What are you waiting for? For autumn? For the leaves to fall? So, ang dahon nga natagat mo speaker, the persona. Swinging in air, I snap and fall, stripped of meaning. But in my trip from the stem to the dimple in your palm, I chance upon a host of ants, gossip until morning the secret of flowers, clasped by the night breeze.
Ang Bisaya ko no Don.
Ang Bisaya, bitaw mo window ko ni Bisaya kay sa ana.
Masino to Bisaya.
Nagtabyog ko, nasapli ko, nasapli ko, ug natagat, hinukasan sa kahulugan. Pero sa akong biyahe, gikan sa pungango, nga sa huyuhom sa imong palad, akong gikahibagat mga hulmigas, nagbuntag og chismis sa sikretos mga bulak, gikumkum sa huyuhoy sa kagabion. Mga wati, nagsuot-suot sa kahumot sa mga sagbot, bagong namuphog mga duga sa kaadlahon, ug sa liki sa basa nga yuta, miting-ab ang nangudlot nga danag sa kadlawon, nadatugan sa akong anino. Muna ang dahon nga nag-istorya.
Sige. Daghang salamat, Don. So, dili day ni imo ning Eventide chant. Kisa ni Chris? Kanang Eventide chant. Kanang I shall not mumble any other prayer.
Oo.
The litany of music in your charms. The ripples of the maracas in your hair. The tong-aling of the squeal of trumpet in your eyes, the moan of saxophone in your smile, the clanging of cymbals in your lips, the roar of drums in your breasts, tinabulation of xylophone in your nipples, the tinkle of piano in your fingertips. Imo ni.
Oh.
Na.
Aparisyon may tato na ko na.
Xylophone in your nipples, the tinkle of piano in your fingertips. Sabi din nagsagol ding Bisaya ug kuan. Bisaya ug in English ani sa pag-paste. So daghang salamat Don Pagasara for your sensual poems. So we would now like to hear the erotic poems of Mike, and we saved the millennial poems, the erotic poems of Ton and Jay. So of course you know that Ton is the author of the book Basa. Hindi ko sure. Basta kung mubasa ka, mabasa ka. So we would now have Mike and Mike. Does Mike have an erotic poem?
So na ko'y usa sa first poem din sa akong unang collection. Mao po din ang first nga balak na akong nasuwat ng Cebuano. So erotic poetry. So sensual tingnan dito.
Sensual.
Okay.
Sensual.
Okay. Balibaran ko ikaw og balak. Dili ko makauwaw ang imong hangyo. Bisag hapsay ang imong pag-uraray, wala ako magtiaw. Dakong sala. Ang gisangon nimo nako karong gabi una, samtang kita galawig, gitugnaw, ibabaw niining bapor. Por Diyos, por Santo, ayaw in town. Dili ko. Basig bakak, basig bahakhak ang mahimong tubag sa hangyo mong balak. Sama ka na ni anang dagat, sa matag kiyod sa balod, nagpabudlat sa nagpahipi ug naamang nga buwan. Pastilan, pagkalawom sa gilapdon sa atong pagpadulong.
Yay. Ang cute ra gyud akong erotic adto, ang cute ra gyud sa balod. So unsa in English sa ikiyod sa balod be? How do you translate into English ang kiyod sa balod?
Di na in English nun, ikaw na lang na ipantumime.
Performance poetry na lang ng kiyod sa balod. So, the grind of waves kuno ingon sa atong mga batan-on diri, grinding of the wave. The grinding of the wave, kiyod sa balod. Unsa man sa may line na pumping of the waves. Sige. Salamat Mike for your erotic poem. Now it's we will save Adonis erotic poem after Jay and Ton. We will have Jay and Ton for their erotic poem. Is this dedicated for each other, or according to Ton yesterday, nag-away sila because of erotic poems. So why would erotic poems become a reason for kanang away? Sige, kasi mubasa na ka, Ton? Kay ang erotic poems ni Ton were written before he met Jay. Of course, Jay should not be jealous of the past, right? The past is past. There would be more precious and more erotic poems at present. So, Asaman, who would read that poem first? Si Jay? Si Jay o na? Sige, si Jay o na?
Akdol sa baybayon. Akdol sa baybayon. Giwaling mo ang nagsalag kong buhok, nga mitago sa nag-arko kong pahiyom. Gamit ang pinuti mong gipanaminan sa walay pupamilok nga buwan. Gihinol mo ang kinahiladman, tultol sa kalag dihang gimarkahan mo ang balas sa tabunon kong baybayon. Dayong hunghong, langga, ikaw ra gyud ang akong higugmaon. Giligo mo sa halok ang nagbundo kong pusod, lakip na ang nagsinog ang kong awom. Dayon sawm paingon sa kinapusuran ning gahimik nga baybayon, nga wala pay bisan usa nga nakatidlom. Hangtod nga nasaag ta taliwala sa labirinto sa himaya, ug wala na makalingkawas sa taob dihang natugkad mo ang kantilado kong lawod. Salamat.
Unya na nato sa mga dili Bisaya, unya na nato i-summarize kalisod kaayo. Kanang kantilado nga lawod lisod kay na saumon oy. Sige, Ton.
Na ako sa sudlay akong buhok.
Para dito nimo, sigurado ka nga para to nimo.
Sudlay ra gani. Kanin siya kay it's a lyric sequence of mga six short lyrics. Ang title ay is Mag-usa ka semana. Mag-usa ka semana, so kada short is murag usa ka adlaw. So 6 murag 6 days. So first day.
So Ton, so is that part of your basa bobo?
Dili ni siya sa akong, it's a new one.
Sige.
Okay. Walay kisaw sa limaw, diin kita nag-ataw-ataw sa ibabaw sa reflection sa takdol nga buwan, nagtinanaway lang ta. Dili halata sa bisag kinsay saksi nga igo rata nagpaabot nga mapistahan sa kagabion. Nga utro sad nagpaabot, nakutas kung kinsa sa ato ang unang mukuhit sa kangitngit. Day 2. Sulod sa kwarto, din ang orasan mikagar sa 6:09. Gihigop nimo ang winter melon diya sa baga nga straw nga gigamit nimo ukay sa sago nga nasabod sa mga ice. Ako nga nagtilok sa imong sushi, napugos sa upaminaw sa hilig nimo nga kanta sa South Border, so wa pa malabwan sa dalugdog. Nya nang hapuna nagtimo-timo lang ta, samtang lanog ang paghut sa elepante sa lasang nga gipasundayag sa nakjiyo. Nalabwan gyud ang paghabwa sa dagom nganha sa atop. Nagtimo-timo ratang duha daw malabwan ang kalaay sa sulod sa kwarto. Day 3. Nahangak sa pagkatkat sa tinaguang hagdan sa imong buko-buko, ug ako nahipugwat sa imong pagkatubang. Nikagar ang tambutso sa abaga kong atayaon. Kuyog sa ubang bahin o pisa nga nikalering sa bangilid sa imong batang. Day 4. Nasipyat sa target ang gitira kong pana ug way lain pasanginlan kundili ang imong gihonghong nako nga miugtod sa kahilom. Mahog lagi na imong gihuptan sa. Day 5. Nasamin sa imong mata ang chikered nga tanaman, diin gibingwit sa hara ang nagpadyama nga piyon, gibisbisan sa uwan ang kabakabag nga kaibog, diyang mitugpa sa dapog sa nagdaob mong dughan. Day 6. Gisudong nato ang tanan nga pasad, walay sapot atong mga hunghong nga nakigduyog sa ngarab sa iring, nga nagtikang sa di maihap na paka, di nalakra ang orasan ug ang utong sa atong panaghiusa. Thank you.
Yeah. Kanang Ton, kanang curious kay ko kanang can you read may you read one stanza or a line of that poem nga nasuko si Jay katong nagselos siya?
Wala man, dili. It was a ano lang, usually kay kay murag we would show each other's works na dayon. Murag there was a long period of time nga murag wala kay kung update sa iya, and then when I showed her this then she found out nga nakahimo na kog murag a possible collection na luod sa ako kay wala ko nagsaba mo hinungdan.
Mao day. Kaya wala kang masulti. Sige. So daghang salamat Ton and Jay. So now we would now have Adonis for his asa naman? Ala, gighost na tayo Adonis pa di ay. Thank you Jay and Ton. So we would now like to have Adonis actually has this collection of poems in Lisay Sabugan. He launched this here at Palmgrass Hawanan 3 de Abril in kanas ato Dons 2018 ba to or 2017 pa ni no or 2016?
2016.
2016. Palmgrass was still during its soft opening, and Adonis there was a riot when the when the veteran poets or the poets were reading this, especially when the late poet Erning Lariosa was performing this balak of Adonis entitled Bisong, and then he was it was like this Bisong, Bisong, Bisong. And then of course the English translation of that is 𝗵𝗆cy, 𝗵𝗆cy, 𝗵𝗆cy. So Adonis, would you like to read your a poem, an erotic poem of yours, or would you like me to read the poem? A poem. Ako na lang mo basa.
May basa.
Ako? Ako. So, we
Or
have this
ganahan ka mo basa kung bag-o nga kuan.
Karon.
Bag-ong balak nga wala diha.
Oh, sige, basa na. And I will read this poem. I don't know if you would like it, but I would read a
So,
poem from this collection, Disay sa Bugan. Sige, Don. Go.
mubo ra ni siya nga balak sa collection nako ni nga ang title sa akong collection kay 𝗏𝗏𝗄𝗏𝗏. So ang title 𝗏𝗏𝗏𝗏.
𝗏𝗏𝗏𝗏? Unsa na ugam?
Murag ang kanang 𝗏𝗏𝗏𝗏 kay kana ganing tawo nga murag kung pakanon ni bisag unsa mukaon. Ang ugam murag ana sa something sa baba gani nga mingka may ugam tawhan taon bisag unsa. So naa ko'y collection sa usa ka libro na niya ang gidivide na kog tulo ka section. Ang una is Abrigana, niya Pildigana, niya ang last kay Siragana. So
Siragana, so dessert na na.
So
Siragana is dessert. Appetizer lang Abrigana.
So kani siya ang collection, mga collection about food. So ang title ini nga akong basahon nga balak is, ang title is Porno. Mas maayo magkinamot, unahag kusi ang unod sa may ikog. Pairag kurit paingon sa may ulo. Yutayng amping aron di mabukog. Dayon baliha, kitkita ang angay kitkiton. Ay kawaw, buki-kia, supsupa ang supsupunon. Tilapi nagkabulingit mong simud, tudlo. Tanang namilit nga unod, nahumod sa una. Sa inununang isda. Mora.
Inununan, unsaon pagkaon sa inununan. How to eat inununan. So supsupon ang tanang masupsop, tilaan ang tanang matila. So unsa pa din ha, tanang unod kinahanglan kunis-kunis sa todo, don kunis-kuniso nimong tanan. So naay ni comment diri ha nga si Ian gyapon nga the poems is my sleepy head. So wa siya katug, nakamata siya pagpaminaw niya sa mga balak. So naa ako'y balak diri nga basahon so kang Adonis sad ni. Pero ingon si Adonis nga dili kuno kaita makasabot ani kay pang intellectual man nga balak. So kini siya na English translation ani pero ang Bisaya na lang akong basahon. So ang title ani is Toasting Instructions. So how to use the toaster. Nganong gitangtang niya sa Adonis? Ka Adonis ra nga di siya ganahan maminaw sa iyang balak actually. So mahadlok siya makita niya ang reaction sa iyang balak. Toasting instructions. 1. Place bread centrally into toaster slots. 𝗶𝗆cie kalami. 2. Adjust the selector switch for proper toasting. 𝗶𝗆cie kalami. 3. Press the loading handle down until it latches. This will begin the toasting cycle. 𝗶𝗆cie. 4. When toasting is complete, the loading handle will return to the raised position. 𝗶𝗆cie kalami. 5. Toasted bread may now be removed and more slices loaded. If toast is not dark enough, knob may be adjusted for darker toasting. This may also be adjusted for lighter toasting. 𝗶𝗆cie kalami, 𝗶𝗆cie kalami, 𝗶𝗆cie kalami. Mora to. ang 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 translation sa 𝗶𝗃 𝗀𝗃𝗀 sa nag-translate kay kasi nag-translate ani ang 𝗶𝗃 𝗀𝗃𝗀𝗃 fucking wow. Fucking wow. Itong 𝗶𝗃 fuck. 𝗶𝗃 𝗀𝗃𝗀𝗃 fucking wow. 𝗶𝗃 𝗀𝗃𝗀𝗃 𝗶𝗃 𝗀𝗃 fucking wow. Di ko kay Bao how to read that, how to give justice to that. As si Adonis. So I remember this was read in 2016, and so the 𝗗𝗴𝗆𝗆𝗆𝗃 was in it's really like an uprising. There was an uprising. Kasi nagbasa ato doon in 2016. I don't know how si Chai ba to?
Chai.
Si Chai Konashir. So the award-winning actress and who has I think a film in Europe ba karon or in the US, si Chai. I don't remember how she read it. Ang saan ta to pagbasa ng 𝗶𝗃 𝗀𝗃𝗀𝗃 dance? 𝗶𝗃 𝗀𝗃𝗀𝗃𝗀𝗃 𝗶𝗃 𝗶𝗃 So anyway, so mao to tanan ang kuan ang poem sa erotic poem. So my question now is, what is the difference between a sensual poem and an love poem and an erotic poem? So ikaw na lang answer ani Dons. Okay, aron di na tawadugay kay natay last question for everyone. Ikaw na lang answer. What is the difference between a love poem, sensual poem, and erotic poem?
Para sa ko ang diferensya sa tulo tingali kay, of course, ang love poem dali ra nimo ma-differentiate na sa duha kay kuan man gid siya kanang about love and emotion maringana ba. Pero ang lisod ma-distinguish kay unsa ang difference sa sensual poetry ug ang erotic poetry. So para sa ko ang erotic poetry is kung maghisgot gyud kag about sex. Pero ang sensual poetry kay mo navigate na siya sa terrain between love. So kanang ang iyang i-invoke ang imong senses ba. Pwede siya nga mura siya erotic paminawon. Pero dili gyud maringana ba posible ako ganing nahibaw-an nga naay mga poetry si Rumi nga medyo kuan siya kanang ang pagtan-aw sa uban kay sensual siya pero it's about God like murag iyahang kanang experiences sa God pero ang iyang kuan sensual siya nga ang ubang tao makaingon nga naay pagka-erotic pero it's actually sensual poetry. So mao na briefly.
So it's an imagery. So the erotic poem is an imagery of having sex. So katong toaster nimo doon. So pag toast gyud ato kung isod na nimo ang sa toaster ang pan, when you insert the bread to the toaster.
Yeah,
so,
I would still say nga ang kanang toasting instruction is still a sensual poetry kay kanang dili man literal nga nag-mention gyud ko sa act of sex. Ang ma-erotic na siya kung nagi act of sex.
Ang katong inununan gyud.
Suggestion naman. Inuna naman akong gistoryahan nato.
ang inununan katong imong supsupon o imong tilaan ang tanang mga bukog o ang mga unod o ang tanang mga kuan. So unsa ta?
Sensual
pa to. Napatay asa
dili bastos, Chris. Di wala gi koy mga kuan.
Di siya bastos. Di kuno siya bastos. Suguon lang kuno siya sa iyang muse nga you write the poem like that. So dili siya ang bastos, ang iyang muse mo ay bastos.
Yeah. So, imong i-distinguish nga lahi ang poet ug lahi ang poem. So as a person, di gid ko ingana nga klase nga tao. So it's the poem who will ask me nga ingani ako pagsuwat. So we have to make that distinction.
Yes.
Okay?
So when the muse would say nga you insert the bread into the toaster, 𝗶𝗃 𝗀𝗃𝗀𝗃. So it is the muse who said that, not Adonis.
Yes, not me.
So naana sa their daghan na kay sila applause mga applause online. So we would now like to have all our poets, Don Pagosara, Mike, Arlene, Jay, Ton, Adonis, everyone, to answer this question about how can poetry today become expressions of love. So how can love poems or poetry become expression of love that can propel change, any change, social change, personal change. So how can love poems or poems become, can these be become expressions of love for change? Ito may muuna og answer ani. So we have muuna ta sa mga bata or sa mga bata sa una. The young ones or the young ones or ones young. Kinsa man ta mag-una ta kang Don or kang Jay. Jay or
Ladies
kanang
first.
ha? Kang Jay ta mag-una or
Okay.
kang Don? Your Don? So, ikaw lang una your Don. Okay, we the voice of the youth mo last. Ikaw kay young youthful heart ra mangyapon ka. Youthful spirit from the for the youngest in spirit and in youngest heart. So Don Pagosara, how can poetry today become expressions of love that can propel change? Or is this a very deep question?
Very hard question.
So this is the
Pero na akong tanaw, I'm interested in the change, social change. No? Not necessarily yung mga personal change. How can love, for instance, be an expression of love? At the same time, it will be instrumental to the propulsion of for change. Siguro ang una dia nga the topic or the theme of your of your poem should be about the commitment, no? That will be na makuha dia sa imong lines na dunay kay intense commitment towards a change. And when I say change here, I am talking about social change. Na it can vary in its in how you use the words in your lines. That must be there. The commitment and of course the 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 pathway towards that awareness should be in such a manner that it is appealing, to the audience that is that you intend the poem to be heard. If it is, for instance, for the youngsters, for the millennials, lahi kaysa imuhang pag kupay-kupay sa pulong para na sa mga guwang-guwang o sa palitan sa mga paranako ng mga former activists or whatever, o kundi para ba sa general public, So ipahiayon yun nato ang atong pag ladlad sa atong art of work nga kini ma-appreciate sa imong audience, intended audience. Kay doon na may epekto kanang gingon sa dito sa ng talks of the Union Forum on Art and Literature ni Mao Zedong niingon siya nga we should be conscious or heedful of the so-called motive and effect. Kung ang motibo nimo is towards conscientization or politicalization of the masses, unsa na sila, are the fisher folks, are the farmers, are the intellectuals, ipahiayon nimo ang imong language. At the same time, you should know their particularities in sentiments, in their psychology, and lahat about their sa ilang psyche. Kay posibleng ang motibo nimo is very noble, pero naka-alienate hinoon ka kay wala kay tawag na mo na sa mga aktivista og social investigation. you do not know the whys and wherefores and of this particular class of people na ito sila basig di sila kasabot sa ng taas kayong level sa imong kuan sa imong artistry. So importante kayo ang connection or unity of motive and effect. So your motive is to conscientize for change, but you have to be very heedful of the particularities of your audience so that the effect will be the intended effect will be fulfilled. Muna ang akong kuan nga lisod ni kuan niyang partiha sa kuan. I think in a challenge how your poem can be an expression of love and that propels a change.
Yes. So, daghang salamat, Don, near Don. So, we would now like to ask Mike regarding his opinion and about this poetry that expresses love and that also propels change. Audio ni Mike.
Boils
Ay,
down
sa Mike.
okay.
Sige.
So it really boils down for me personally to engagement and commitment. So katong giingon ni your Don ganihang commitment, which is essential to staying true and authentic and steadfast towards craft. Okay, well down man niya kanang craftsmanship and poetry, and also the idea of how it relates not only to your way of looking at the world, but how how you engage the world. So kadang which boils down also sa idea kung talagay na about cultural resistance, usaon ang balak mahimong usa ka pamaagi sa cultural resistance. Well, we kani si Jai, si Ton, si Adonis, and all of us Cebuano poets, the very act of writing and choosing to write in Cebuano, I think it's already an act of cultural resistance. Kay mas dali man, mas profitable, dali na kay pagkuan og magsuwat og in English, magsuwat ang Tinagalog, kay mao man ay the language nga murag matawag nga tug na naasa imabaw sa hierarchy ba. So naa diha economic nga motawag na to unta og kanabang remuneration o busuwatan ang language and kita dili kay mao man ta busuwatan ang mga lengguwahe. But then we decided to write in a language nga mo ato natawhan, mo ato namatagmahayag kay naabot pud nato ang paglantaw nga mas tinuod ta, mas doon na tay kalambigitan sa atong magbabasa, particularly sa atong murag ganang tuyo nga atong pagayagta. So ang pagsuwat og Cebuano is already an act of cultural resistance, an act of love as well.
Okay. Daghang salamat, Mike. So, may we hear from Ton?
Ako na?
Oh, ikaw na.
Okay. Kuan. Siguro ako na lang sa just a few statements. Kuan, nara sa inyo whether you can take it or kuan ba. So para na ako ang poetry kay by the end of the day, isa ra man ka matang sa obra. It's an art, no? So para na ako art is a means to break free from monotony and habit, whether if that monotony is incidentally popular or originated from insidious intent, and that means to break free is often to at least emancipate the audience.
Daghang salamat, Ton. So, art is meant to emancipate the readers or those who read the poems. So, Jay.
I would agree pod. I have a lot to learn. Padayon sa pagbasa siguro kay at the same time makakita sad ka og bag-ong perspective unya. Importante sad nga you get to write what you know or what you think you know. Kay agad na sa nag-asa kagikan. So kanang imo ila-ilahon ang imuhang 𝗏𝗏𝗏𝗏𝗏, imong ila-ilahon ang speaker ang tingog sa imuhang persona diya sa balak. So kanang usa na sa importante para nako, kung ganan ta maka-spark og change mo, importante sad nga mosuwat gyud ta kabahin sa kung asa tagikan kay diya man ta pinakapamilyar, so diya ka magsugod. So mo na para nako hangtod nga kuan ba mura siya epicenter niya, magkatag-katag na siya hangtod nga layo siya maabtan. So mura siya diameter of a bomb ba na.
Daghang salamat, Jay. And then so we will also hear from Adonis.
Gamay ra siguro akong masulti kay murag nasulti na nila tanan. Ang sakuha lang kay sa poetry, lahi man gid ang poetry og ang tibok nga nato kinabuhi ba. So ang poetry govern siya sa art, na siya artistic nga kanang requirement. Pero I hope dili lang ang ato ang pagpaningkamot nga makasuwat og nindot nga balak dili lang diha, pero appeal sad ta as a person to strive for social change. So
daghang salamat, Adonis. Daghang salamat to everyone. I would like to share with you that I remember this quote. I read somewhere kanang art, if it just entertains, it's not art. But when it makes you question if it disrupts and it makes you question, it is art. I don't know if I don't remember the exact quote, but it's something like that. That if it makes you question the present or everything, then it's art. I don't know. If it just goes with the flow, it's just entertainment. But then if it makes you question, then it becomes if it disrupts, then it becomes art. I don't know if mao na nga correct nga quote. So daghang salamat to everyone. So actually we have a trivia quest after this, an announcement of winners, but our panelists may you're still there, but you may still watch until the end. So we would be giving you the excerpts, like 1 minute of the entries of the speech contest, and then we will be announcing the winner of the speech contest about how can today's leaders be 𝗵𝗃𝗃, the voices of the youth of Cebu. And then we have right after this. So thank you, Jay, Mike, Don, and Ton. You have your certificates, so appreciation and gift certificates for your free stay at Palmgrass, the only heritage hotel in Cebu. And so we look forward to having you here, and also your books to be displayed here. We already have the book of Mike and Adonis, and we also have the book of Don Pagosara here, Dulaang Cebuano. So it is available at Palmgrass Basahanan, with also an introduction from Dr. Risil Mojares, and also translated by Erlinda Alburo and Risil Mojares. So thank you, Ton and Jay. We hope to have the book of Ton, the Kusala, here at Palmgrass, and also the future book of Jay. And then, so daghang salamat, everyone. So now we are going to have the trivia quiz. Ikaw, Don, mabasa sa atong questions for the trivia quiz. It is in the next after this hybrid speech contest. So we have this trivia quiz. So there are questions for our audience. The first question is for those on site. Gamay na lang nabilin on site. So you raise your hand, the ones who want to answer, and then you go to the microphone, the first one to... Sige, Don. So, kanang nakita ni mo na sa imong script?
Yeah.
Question?
First question. Name a Visayan poet in the colonial period.
Yes. So it was Don Pagosara who read poems. So the prize for this is a kawa bath at Palmgrass, the Cebu Heritage Hotel, Hardin Dagami, a free hulong kawa, a therapeutic and relaxing warm bath with flowers or herbs at Hardin Dagami. So name walay po answer sa audience. Name a Visayan poet. Bahalag wala ma-mention ni Koan. Pero nag-mention og duha actually si Don Pagosara. So, who wants to answer? And then you go to the microphone. Ang kuan atong camera. Sige, who wants to answer? Introduce your name, you go to the microphone. And then so the one who would answer would win a free isa lang. Name Visaya. Sige. What's your name?
My name is Lady Rose.
Lady Rose, you are from what school or organization? Or
I'm from CIT.
Sige.
And my answer to that is Vicente Soto.
Vicente Soto.
If
Did Vicente Soto write poems or just plays? He also wrote poems.
Points,
Yes.
yeah.
Yes. Congratulations. What's your name?
Yeah, my name is Lady Rose.
Huh?
Lady Rose.
Lady Rose.
Yes. Can I also?
Yes.
Sorry, but is it okay to present a poem as well? Like
Yes.
A very short poem.
Very
right
short.
after
So,
this?
Lady Rose would like to read us her poem also. Sige, go.
I mean, right now?
Yes. Or do you have it?
Yeah, I have it.
Sige.
But by the way, this is English.
Yes, okay lang English. Kay Visaya wrote it. You are Visaya. So, you have a Visaya heart writing in English.
Sige.
Sige.
It would be better if there is a background music though.
Di na lang ka. Wala
Di
na
na
ta
lang.
ka ready. Kada na lang.
Sige. Actually, sige na.
Sige na, diretso na kay.
Okay. So, the title of this poem is After Waiting in Line. It's so surreal to know that you exist, and now I'm finally seeing you. You're truly a woman with a twist, not just anyone I knew. Gosh, I have no clue. I wonder where are they? Now I'm meeting you already. We started as friends, then schoolmates, classmates, poetry buddies, and it was so silly how you once called me ate. Were you hurt in your past relationship? Or maybe you're one of those gals who my friends told me. Oh well, I think there are infinite numbers of possibilities, limitless, I should say. But nevertheless, please promise me one thing. Please promise me 𝗏𝗶𝗃𝗀𝗃𝗀𝗃𝗀𝗃𝗀𝗃𝗀𝗃𝗀𝗃𝗀𝗃𝗀𝗃𝗀𝗃𝗀𝗃𝗀𝗃𝗀𝗃𝗀𝗃𝗃𝗃𝗃𝗃𝗃𝗃𝗃𝗃𝗃𝗃𝗃𝗃𝗃𝗃𝗃𝗃𝗃𝗃𝗃𝗃𝗃𝗃𝗃𝗃𝗃𝗃𝗃𝗃𝗃𝗃𝗃𝗃𝗃𝗃𝗃𝗃𝗃𝗃𝗃𝗃𝗃𝗃𝗃𝗃𝗃𝗃𝗃𝗃𝗃𝗃𝗃𝗃𝗃𝗃𝗃𝗃𝗃𝗃𝗃𝗃𝗃𝗃𝗃𝗃𝗃𝗃 me that patiently waiting in line is surely worth the wait. Love, I will love you more than every stars in the Milky Way, and I would remind you that day by day, you and I will have a love so deep that the Marianas Trench would be. You shall be the cytosine to my guanine, but you're so hot, you will the nature to my proteins. You will be more special than Einstein's relativity, and I would still fall for you, even without gravity. I know how it's funny and cringy, how I could read stuff that are nerdy and cheesy, but that's who I am. A science geek with a slight taste of hopeless romance. And I would always say that the coolest stars are red, the star Rigel is blue, and the universe is expanding. And so is my love for you. Love, I know that I'm a mess, but I love hard. I have mood swings, swear to God. I love taking selfies, and I would send them to you. So please don't be annoyed because I just want to update you. Love, I will sing to you every minute and every day. Please appreciate it, my only bae. And I'm always hungry for food, but feeding me would always lighten up my mood. I'm in pain, and I would spend an effort to look good for you. So please understand if I spend preparing for an hour or two. I get jealous too, you know. But that's just one way of telling you that I love you. Only you, just you. You see, I can't promise that you will be always happy, nor can I say that we'll never fight. I can't say that you will never get hurt or say that we will always get things right. I can't say that you will never cry or I won't let you down, but know that when you start to sink, I will never let you drown. Love, if you start to crack, I will never let you break. And when you feel heavy, I would gladly shoulder the way. I have nailed some milestones, but I can still make mistakes. You outsmart me, love. You make me feel that I could learn from you, not just academically, but practically. Now, the far-fetched
Thank you.
future...
Daghang salamat.
Oh, is it long?
Daghang salamat.
Oh, okay, I
Yes.
see.
congratulations for your poem and congratulations for winning the trivia quiz for the question about the colonial poet. Daghang salamat. So now our next question, Dons, this is for the online audience only. So those who are here on site will not be able to participate, but you will be able to participate in the third question for those who have not yet won anything. And then, but you will answer through the comment section for the third question. So for this second question, this is for those online nga who are only a few, gamay na lang sad nabilin. So, sige, Dons.
Okay, what is a poem which the Visayans chant and relate their histories like an epic?
What is a poem which is like an epic that Visayans chant and relate their histories? So the prize for this is when you come to Cebu, you will win a traditional native massage at our Alima native massage, 𝗏𝗏𝗏𝗏𝗏𝗏𝗏𝗏𝗏𝗏𝗏𝗏𝗏𝗏𝗏𝗏𝗏𝗏𝗏𝗏𝗏𝗏𝗏𝗏𝗏𝗏𝗏𝗏relaxing therapeutic massage, 𝗏𝗏𝗏𝗏𝗏𝗏𝗏𝗏𝗏𝗏𝗏𝗏𝗏𝗏𝗏𝗏𝗏𝗏𝗏𝗏𝗏𝗏𝗏𝗏𝗏𝗏𝗏𝗏𝗏𝗏𝗏𝗏𝗏𝗏𝗏𝗏𝗏𝗏𝗏𝗏𝗏𝗏𝗏𝗏𝗏𝗏𝗏𝗏𝗏𝗏𝗏𝗏𝗏𝗏𝗏𝗏𝗏𝗏𝗏𝗏𝗏𝗏𝗏𝗏𝗏𝗏𝗏𝗏𝗏𝗏𝗏𝗏𝗏𝗏𝗏𝗏𝗏𝗏𝗏𝗏𝗏𝗏𝗏𝗏𝗏𝗏𝗏𝗏𝗏𝗏𝗏𝗏𝗏𝗏𝗏 if you listened to me and took notes, so you would answer in the comment section. Unfortunately, the one on site is the one who says she knows the answer. So naano ba yung naka-answer? So try again to GV Dibinoyo who said Balitaw. Of course, Balitaw is also a poem. It's also sung. So I have not mentioned it as a pre-colonial poem. It was not mentioned by Father Francisco Alcina. So who else would like to answer? Nanay naka-answer actually, no? Nanay naka-answer. Unfortunately, kanang nanay naka-answer. Ang problema lang kay on-site. Nanay correct? Nanay correct diha? Correct ni? Ansa may answer? Ambahan, correct? Sakto ba na? Di sakto ba nabali? Nabali. Bali. Are you sure? Di na correct. What is a poem? So I was telling you about this epic, about this dato. It was Dato Sumanga. Now I remember the name, the dato from Leyte, who courted this very beautiful princess of Bohol. Grabe ning taga Bohol, demanding kayo. Mga gwapa kay ni sila. Kinapag yung usa ka gwapa sad nga princess in Bohol nga taga Albay bato taga Bicol came here to win her. Kay nano siya ibana, but he wanted to win her love. So was Bubong Humasanon who commanded the one who courted her. So this is in a poem, an epic. It's like narrating history. So what's the answer? Walay maka-answer. Did I give the hard questions to the online audience? Walay maka-answer? Unsa man na? Ihatag nato ang di na ni makadaog si kuan. Sige ko no si Jessa. You go na lang kay ata na lang kuan kay wala na may maka-answer online. We will have the one on site. So Jessa, so this is Adonis follower who like the balaki kuday samtang kasakay tag habal-habal. Sige Jessa, what's your answer?
Karanduon.
Pwede na, pwede. So, sa ito, kando or
Karandoon.
Karando, nag-notes yun ka, no?
Yeah.
Congratulations, 𝗃𝗏𝗄𝗃 Visaya. Would you like to read an excerpt of your poem? Only one stanza?
One stanza, it's about an abstract, but kung siya pangagpas.
Pangagpas. Sige.
Pero warag taas-taas. Ako lang paspason.
Usalaw ka stanza.
Usa ka stanza.
O, di mada?
Dili.
Di mada? Last
try
stanza.
na no.
Gamay lang, sige. Go.
Wait. Kanina lang, wait.
So,
Kanina lang.
go.
Wait. Tara.
Mag-ready pa ka? We will go to the next question. first before we...
Ay, oh, sige, sige.
Oh, so our third question. So do we still have Adonis there? So our next question. So iya pang prepare Dons imo tong fan Dons, and for her the best poem of all time is Balaki Kuday samtang gasakay tag habal-habal. A poem babe while we're on this fucking ride.
Question 3 na tayo. Question 3. Question number 3.
Question number 3. Sige, Dons.
Okay. Last question. What is the ancient Visayan poetry with 7 syllables, each that are chanted on festivals?
So I was the one who said this, but we did not have any sample because the poems were already translated into English. So the prize for this is, so the one who would answer, you answer at the comment section of our Facebook Live, either at the National Quincentennial Committee page or at Palmgrass, the Cebu Heritage page. So the price for this is a 5 hours stay at our Rooms for Heroes, 5 hours stay at 𝗨𝗶𝘆𝗆 or 𝗗𝗏𝗆𝗄𝗏𝗧, and access to our saltwater dipping pool, and an additional foot massage, hilot sa tiil. So you get to stay for 5 hours at our Rooms for Heroes, and then an access to our saltwater dipping pool, and you get a free hilot sa tiil, foot massage. So kinsay naka-answer? Kinsay naka-answer? What is this? The ancient Visayan poetry with 7 syllables and that are chanted in festivals. Nanay naka-answer. Nanay naka-answer. Dito man, on comment section man. So ang rule kay you answer in the comment section. Sa kuan, sa kinsay naka-answer. Nanay naka-answer. So I guess it's 𝗃𝗏𝗆𝗀𝗆𝗃𝗀𝗃, Congratulations. So before we go to the announcement of presentation of the speeches of the 𝗵𝗃𝗲𝗃 contestants, we would like to have 𝗟𝗴 again to read an excerpt of her poem. So while you are having your lunch, kami gigutom pa mi diri. Pero nangaon na ang audience. Taas kayo. Dili. Kay ang TikTok kay 1 minute raman. Ang TikTok kay 1 minute ra. Ang reel 1 minute ra, di ba? Ang popular, kuan ko no, ang popular kanang TikTok ko no, kay 30-15 seconds ra. Sige, excerpt lang kuan kay gigutom na ang mga tao. So, sige, 𝗟𝗴.
Sige, I'll try. Unsa ang tinuod nga gugma? Mangutana ko ninyo, katawanan lang ni siya, pero unsa ang tinuod nga gugma sa pamilya? Ang pag-ako ba sa responsibilidad, basihan ba ka na sa tinuod nga gugma sa pamilya? Mao ba na ang gitawag nga tinuod nga gugma? Pangagkos ang tanan. Kagahapon nang niadto ko sa akong mama og nangutana, unsay tinuod nga gugma? Ang tubag niya, sinabtanay. Og nangutana pod ko sa akong papa, unsay tinuod nga gugma? Inday, usa ka na kagasa. Gasa kini nga gitawag nga mao din ni tinuod nga gugma sa pamilya. Ang lamas naman di ay sa tinuod nga gugma, tagaan ra natog higayon sa makaduha nga banat sa akong papa. Gugma nimo, gugma sa akong anak. Sakto kayo. Tinuod di ay ang gugma sa kalinaw. Tanan susama sa gasa sa isip ug pagsinabtanay, baliko nako. Kay ang kinalasan ang pamilya, magpabiling pamilya. Ana lang.
Daghang salamat, 𝗟𝗴. So, mao to ang iyang balak kabahin sa unsa ang tinuod nga gugma. Daghang salamat to our audience. Congratulations to those who won our trivia quiz with prizes. So, now we would like to present to you excerpts of the speeches of our 𝗵𝗃𝗲𝗃 hybrid speech contest with the theme, how can today's leaders be 𝗵𝗃𝗲𝗃 like Leon Kilat? And we would announce the winners. So we would like you to know that we have more events this coming August 31. We will have a sa pula sa puti Visayans versus Americans with historians in Cebu, Visaya, in Samar, and in Panay. And we will also have a coffee talk with National Artist for Literature and historian Dr. Rizil Mujarez. This September, we would be announcing it 3 days before our conversations with Dr. Rizil Mujarez. We would request you to give your questions. We would be having a survey about what questions would you like to ask to our National Artist for Literature. And on September 22, we will have our tuig, ikaunom nga tuig sa Hardin Dagami, a celebration of the 6th year of our Hardin Dagami. So we would like you to watch and to an excerpt of the poems of the speeches of our the young students of Cebu. We have from Cebu Normal University second year college, Carl John Grino speaking about how can today's leaders be 𝗵𝗃𝗄𝗃 like 𝗵𝗃𝗄𝗃.
To the Board of Judges, distinguished guests, fellow communicators, ladies and gentlemen, good afternoon. Today, I'll be presenting to you about a local hero's leadership and today's lesson for today's leaders. Dr. Jose Rizal, Andres Bonifacio, and Belchora Aquino are some of the Philippines' renowned heroes who fought against foreign invaders. They are fighters of the past who offered their lives to liberate the Philippines from the cruel treatment of foreign forces. But have you ever asked yourself about those local heroes who have the same courage and determination to stop the Spanish colonization and reclaim our independence?
So daghang salamat. So that is just an excerpt. You would be able to see the whole speech at the album, at the playlist of 𝗏𝗃𝗄𝗃 sa Cebu Heritage Hotel Facebook page at with that hybrid speech contest, Cebu-wide hybrid speech contest. Next, we have this speech from grade 11 University of San Jose Recoleta student Angelica Panganduyon. How can today's leaders be 𝗵𝗃𝗄𝗃 like 𝗵𝗃𝗄𝗃𝗃?
𝗵𝗃𝗄𝗃, a mission for the nation. Would you run headfirst to a battlefield carrying only a bolo when dozens of your enemies are armed with heavy-duty guns? The simplest, safest answer that would come to anyone's mind is no. It calls for immediate death and would only take the strongest heart to be able to do so. However, our Cebuano hero, 𝗃𝗀𝗃𝗀𝗃, who led the Katipuneros in Cebu during the Spanish Revolution, wasted not a single split second to head onto that field and do just that.
Daghang salamat, Angelica. And you would see her full speech at the 𝗏𝗃𝗄𝗃 sa Cebu Heritage Hotel playlist, Cebu-wide hybrid speech contest. Our next contestant from the University of San Carlos, fourth year college, Emmanuel Jose Mujica. How can today's leaders 𝗵𝗃𝗄𝗃 like 𝗃𝗀𝗃𝗃?
Compatriotas, we are gathered here today to celebrate our hero, 𝗏𝗃𝗄𝗃 or 𝗃𝗀𝗃𝗃, the man who heard the call for liberty and answered it with the speed of lightning and a booming roar of thunder. I am here to speak about him today, not only because he is our hero, but because I too am a patriot like him. Although I cannot be him, I will do my best for my beloved motherland, however I can. It was in the 3rd of April, the sons of the country marched forward to answer the call of liberty, to bring freedom to these islands. But the enemy was too strong, and they were forced from the city into Karkar to plan and to regroup.
Daghang salamat, Emmanuel. So He is from the University of San Carlos, fourth year college. And our next contestant is from the City of Bugo Senior High School who joined us online, 𝗶𝘆ecie.
Leadership is an action, not a position. Dearest judges, classmates, friends, ladies and gentlemen, good afternoon. This amazing quote from Donald McDonald directs the importance of leadership. Leadership is not just about the power or authority you hold over the people, but it pertains to how you handle your people. 𝗵𝗂𝗃𝗀𝗃𝗀𝗃 was a hero who led his men to liberation and won against the invasion of Spaniards. If 𝗵𝗂𝗃𝗀𝗃𝗀𝗃, who had great valor and lightning speed, did not lead the war, then the Spaniards might have successfully invaded Cebu for that 3 consecutive days. For this reason, a vital factor in a leader's trait that you should consider is being 𝗶𝗶𝘁. This word is very common to us Cebuano since we often hear this word daily.
Daghang salamat, Eloise. So right now we are still presenting so to 𝗏𝗏𝘆. We are still presenting the speeches and we'll be announcing the winners after the presentation of the excerpts, 1-minute excerpt of their speeches. Our next contestant is from 𝗏𝗏𝘆 College, third year college, Danmar Arcaios. How can
There's still time for endurance, a time for patience, a time for healing, a time for change. Have you slipped? Rise up. Have you sinned? Cease. Do not stand among sinners, but leap aside. Honorable members of the Board of Judges, distinguished guests, visitors, parents, fellow speakers, ladies and gentlemen. At my young age, I learned to faith in these words from 𝗵𝗂𝗃𝗀𝗃𝗀𝗃. A nation's heart, your grave will be your monument, a nation free. I consider these as an awakening of what had happened in my surroundings, in my community, my province, and my country.
So daghang salamat to Danmar. He is actually, I think, medtech student. And our next contestant is from the Don Bosco Technical College, grade 12, Jesus Lorenzo Enzo Baswil.
March 16, 1521. We all remember. Spaniards swarmed in all across the island and ought to colonize the country. But not long until the Filipino people rose to revolt in 1896. Now, April 3, 1898 was a special case, as 𝗵𝗂𝗃𝗀𝗃𝗀𝗃 fought vigorously to fend them off from the land of Cebu. Not until he suffered death by his comrade's betrayal, a sacrifice like that would not go in vain. Such leadership did 𝗵𝗂𝗃𝗀𝗃𝗀𝗃 exhibit towards Cebu's liberation, and perhaps we may exhibit the same. We can follow his example and become leaders just like him, fighting for our own causes, being of service to others, and being our very best. Now that sounds easier said than done, since what 𝗃𝗀𝗃 did was a heavy feat. Being so, the question beckons. How? How do we ardently heed the call of leadership, ready ourselves for the task, and take up that first step? To which I say, take it anyway, whether we feel ready or not.
Daghang salamat to Enzo. So our last but not the least contestant is from the University of the Visayas, fourth year college, Romano Constantino Corpus.
Maayong hapon kanatong tanan. How can today's leaders be 𝗶𝗃𝗃𝗃𝗃𝗃 like 𝗵𝗂𝗃𝗃𝗃𝗃? I remember when I was a child, I defined a superhero as someone who has strong and magical powers to save people from villains. I remember having Superman as my favorite. I would sit in front of the television at 9 o'clock in the morning every Sunday to watch the reruns of Superman in a local television channel. Then at night, I would patiently wait for another episode with the teleserye 𝗄𝗏. And because of that, I spent almost most of my childhood wishing to have a power to become a true hero. But as I grew up and began to take in the realities of the world, I realized that the movies and teleseries I had watched were only half the truth.
Daghang salamat, Romano, for the speeches. Congratulations to all 7 contestants who are very talented and who are very articulate in their love for our hero and our country. So now we would announce the winner. So wala man nagamay nila the online audience. Actually, we would be awarding the prizes when they come here on August 31, but we would be announcing already now the winner. So we have this first award. This is the Netizens Choice Award, the one with the most reactions for their speeches, awarded to for being the Netizens Choice in the Cebu-wide hybrid speech contest with the theme How Can Today's Leaders Be 𝗵𝗃𝗄𝗃 like 𝗂𝗃𝗀𝗃 given this 20th day of August 2022 at 𝗏𝗃𝗄𝗃 𝗂𝗴𝘆 Hotel, Cebu City, by 𝗏𝗃𝗄𝗃 and the Department of Education, Region 7. So the Netizens Choice Award, the winner of the Netizens Choice Award is, with about more than 700 reactions. So we have Jesus Lorenzo Basuil of the Don Bosco. So ipakita ko logo. So mao ni ang prize ni Lorenzo. So his plaque. So we have our ikatulong ganti, the third prize winner. Pwede ako lang ipakita yan ng kuan. So the third prize winner for winning the third place in the contest, signed by 𝗏𝗃𝗄𝗃 Cebu Heritage Hotel and DepEd, the one who was speaking in a few Spanish words. We congratulations for the third prize winner, ikatulong ganti, Emmanuel Jose Mujica. Congratulations to Emmanuel Jose Mujica. So you got the third prize. Kinsay second? Do you have a guess? So ikaduhang ganti, awarded to Blanc for winning the second place in the contest by 𝗏𝗃𝗄𝗃 Cebu Heritage Hotel and DepEd. So the second place is awarded to Muni, the youngest. I think she is the youngest of all contestants. Congratulations to 𝗵𝗃𝗲𝗄𝗃 Panganduyon. So of the University of San Jose Recoletos. So congratulations, Angelica. And now for our grand winner of our, nano may guess kinsay ni daog? Kinsay ni daog? Nano may guess kung kinsa ang first prize winner? So So we have actually our Netizens Choice awardee is from the Don Bosco Technical School and then Technical College, and our third prize winner is from the University of San Carlos. Our second prize winner is from the University of San Jose Recoletos, and our champion for the Cebu Wide Hybrid Speech Contest with the theme How Can Today's Leaders Be 𝗵𝗃𝗄𝗃 like 𝗂𝗃𝗀𝗃? This is awarded to, the unang ganti is awarded to Danmar Arcayos of the Veles College. Congratulations. Our judges for this contest are Dr. Emmanuel George Burinaga of University of San Carlos, a historian of the Visayas, and then we also have our journalists from the Cebu Daily News, the Freeman and Sunstar Daily. Congratulations to all winners. We would be giving you the prizes on August 31 when you come here. And then congratulations to all participants. Thank you to Adonis, our co-host, to all the panelists. Thank you to our partners, the National Historical Commission of the Philippines, the National Quincentennial Committee, Cebu Normal University Elite and Drama Society, Art Cebu, Museo Sugbo, Central Visayas Association of Museums, the Yandi Heritage Center, SOAN 2020, and see you again in our next events. And we invite you to listen and watch to this poem that I wrote. And we have a video poem of this. The video is created by Social Communications Asia's Prosper Lapot, and this is read by the star drama talent of the DYHP, 𝗃𝗏𝗄𝗏. And this is the poem, 𝗏𝗃𝗲𝗄𝗏 𝗃𝗏𝗄𝗏. Daghang salamat og maayong hapon.
Ayaw ka lain konsultihan ti ka, nga para nako, gahi kaayo ka, sama ka bagsik o kagahi sa Galeriya Independensya. Murag, hardwood man tingali ka, nga sa imong ka-hard, wa man gyud kunin mo tagda. Maong ang sarok sa asawa ni Humabon, buot na nakong sulupon. Tiaw mo ni atong 1521, si Juana di ay ang pinakagwapa, sigun kini sa pananaw sa langyaw nga si 𝗶𝗃𝗃𝗃. Bisang nataliwagan pa siya taplas nga mga dalaga. Ayaw kalain konsultihan ti ka, nga galaom kung muhumok pud unta ka. Aba naglibog ko kung unsaon pagpasoft sa hard ni mong heart. Ako ka bang daron? Ihumol sa tunaan? Isud sa lusong og lubkon sa alo? Ialig-ig sa nigo, dayon galingon kuyog sa mais? Lungagon sa kun, latan pag-ayo? Ayaw kalain konsultihan ti ka, nga nagduda kong dili lang gahi, apan butasab ka. Imo ra yung gisnabang akong feelings, nga daw nag-awas-awas nga tubig sa banga. Nagpasad sama sa bulawan ug uban pa. Nga gibarter ka ni atong panahon ni Humabon, kuyog ang puno sa tato nga mga Cebuanon. Ayaw kalain konsultihan ti ka, nga gahi, buta, ug bungol pagyud ka. Kay wa gyud nimo mapaminaw, nga sa matang magtagbo ta, kining dughan ko daw tambol o akong magbuto-buto. Mubagting sama sa tililing sa brass master sa South Cotabato. Mukas ka sama sa kwerda sa higalo nga gikitiw-kitiw sa ampik nga mga tudlo. Mutyabaw sama sa kubing nga gitayhok, gihagkan sa ngapil nga nagkibot-kibot. Ayaw kalain konsultihan ti ka, di lang kagahi, buta o bungol, apan baga pagyud ka. Kaysa dihang wadama nga ang akong kamot, imong nahikapan, murag din malagyapon ka. Apan dinhin ako, ang imong accidental touch, murag miukiok sa akong espiritu, daw gihablon nga tinalak sa Lake Cebu, o 𝗶𝗏𝗃𝗃𝗃 sa isla sa Sulo, murabag, imo kong na-shot sa taro. Ayaw kalain konsultihan ti ka, nga di lang kagahi, buta, bungol, baga. Duda ko, sama sa simod sa iring, bugnaw kaayo ka. Sa imong kabugnaw, cool kaayo ka kusniton. Tungod wala gyud para nimo. Gabisag na ako, gapa-sweet-sweet yung ka sa imong amiga. Intawon kahapdos sa akong dugan. Murag dami sa eskrimador gibunal-bunalan. Daw gitusok-tusok sa bangkaw nila Lapu-Lapu. Gitigba sa hait nga pinuti sa katipunero. Gipikas-pikas sa kris ni Leon Kilat o sa mga moro. Ayaw kalain konsultihan ti ka, nga taliwa sa imong pagkagahi, kabaga, ka-cold. How I wish nga kung dadun ti ka sa atubangan sa mga bayaning revolusyonaryo, ang tanan mong mga apan kay ilupad kuyog sa mga apan-apan. Sama sa mga hero, hunk, ug 𝗏𝗶𝗆𝗆 ka, maong sayang kung dili nimo maambuhan. It's your loss. Kung ang lami kung nalinutuan, dili ni mo matilawan.
Kasagungan bisagin sa nga babae, di ka ilisan kaya nga akong gugma, solid pa sa katipunan.
Sorry kaayo kung gisultihan ti ka. Unsa ka imo karon nga sulayan? Naggamiton imong ka-pride, kautukan. Abrihon imong mata, dunggan ug dugan. Aron imo ko makuyugan. Subayon na ang dalan padulong sa kagawasan. Hangtod nga ang imong kasing-kasing, musabay pag-itik ning akong dugan. Dayon, mag-uban taong hakop sa bulawanong ani. Manglupad uban sa panon sa mga langgam. Likayan, biyaan ang kagahi o kapugnaw. Gakson ang kahumok sa hangin. Hakan ang kainit sa adlaw.